Chapter 3548. The powerful Su Yuan stood in place with a sneer on his face. It was as if he didn't care about the old woman and the middle-aged man at all. Whoosh! The golden-winged rock was extremely fast. With a sharp golden light, it arrived in an instant. Its huge claw slashed through the air and grabbed at Su Yuan's head. This claw was extremely powerful and was like a rising golden sun. It was enough to shatter Su Yuan's head. Pucci! Su Yuan suddenly threw out a punch. The fist and claw collided, and then the golden-winged rock's huge golden claw directly exploded. The golden-winged rock let out a miserable shriek. It suddenly flapped its wings and began to fly away from Su Yuan. "Since you're here, then don't leave." The sneer on Su Yuan's face became even more intense. He stomped his feet and his entire aura changed. If Su Yuan was just an ordinary peak third blight cultivator, then he was now a towering mountain that was difficult to climb. He firmly suppressed the golden-winged rock. Oh shit, is this guy really a peak third blight cultivator? This aura? Isn't it too terrifying? The golden-winged rock felt Su Yuan's aura suddenly increase, and its heart sank. It suddenly spread its wings and wanted to increase its speed and leave Su Yuan. Unfortunately, Su Yuan had already charged out. His speed was simply unimaginable, and he instantly landed on the golden-winged rock. Pucci! Su Yuan's feet suddenly landed on the golden-winged rock's back. A terrifying energy exploded, causing the golden-winged rock to spit out a mouthful of blood. Its back was covered in blood. It was a tragic sight. Then Su Yuan grabbed the golden-winged rock's golden wings and ruthlessly tore them off. A terrifying power exploded, and the wings were torn apart like paper. Ah, my wings? The golden-winged rock screamed and fell. Golden blood scattered across the starry sky as it continued to wail. Su Yuan's right hand reached into the golden-winged rock's back and actually pulled out its spine. Ah, kill me! The golden-winged rock was about to faint from the pain. He knew that Su Yuan was far stronger than him and that he would definitely die. Therefore, he began to beg for death so that he could suffer less pain. Su Yuan sneered and took out a golden millstone. She threw the golden-winged rock into the millstone. Pucci! Pucci! The moment the golden-winged rock was thrown into the millstone began to spin. The golden-winged rock's body was slowly ground into powder by the millstone, turning into golden blood and debris. Finally, it flowed into the jade bucket below the millstone. The golden-winged rock's body was slowly crushed and turned into a bloody pulp. The pain was simply too terrifying. The golden-winged rock screamed again and again. It begged Su Yuan for mercy so that it could die. Su Yuan completely ignored the golden-winged rock's pleas for mercy. Instead, she looked at the white snake that the old woman had transformed into. When the old woman saw that the golden-winged rock was easily defeated, she stopped. At that moment, her eyes were filled with horror. She did not expect Su Yuan to be so powerful. The golden-winged rock was so easily disposed of. Su Yuan, I don't care where you came from. It's definitely not wise to offend Godpung sect and Golden Silk sect at the same time. As the old woman spoke, she turned into a white beam and disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. Su Yuan laughed heartily. Suddenly, she summoned a large golden net. The old woman, who was originally fleeing, was instantly trapped by the net and pulled in front of Su Yuan. "Do you think you can escape? Get in." Su Yuan sneered and threw the white snake into the millstone. Ah, ah, ah. The old woman continued to scream. Her voice was too miserable, and her huge snake body was constantly being ground into bloody dregs. When Zhuo saw the miserable state the middle-aged man and the old woman were in, he frowned slightly. He looked at the golden millstone with a shocked expression. The millstone's aura was actually very similar to the 9 tribulations, sword formation on his body. Although its aura was far less terrifying than the 9 tribulations, sword formation, It was far more powerful than a half-step, heaven-breaker divine artifact. Zhuowen's gaze was serious. He knew that the golden millstone was definitely a heaven-breaker divine artifact. Although the golden net that Su Yuan had just taken out was not a heaven-breaker divine artifact, it was still a half-step heaven-breaker divine artifact. Otherwise, it would not have been able to trap the old woman so easily. This person is definitely not a cultivator from this galaxy. Zhuowen's gaze became very serious. He knew very well that there was no heaven-breaker divine artifact in this galaxy. There was probably not even a complete heaven-breaker cultivation technique. However, this person had a heaven-breaker divine artifact and could use it skillfully. This could only mean that this person came from the 100 domains outside the realm. Could this person be from the alternate ghost clan? Zhuowen's expression was vigilant. He had a rough understanding of the 100 domains outside the realm, but that was all. Moreover, in the 100 domains outside the realm, he had only made enemies with the alternate ghost clan, so he subconsciously thought that this Su Yuan in front of him was from the alternate ghost clan. As expected, this is the lower realm's starry sky. Even a half-step heaven-breaker cultivator is so weak. This blood essence is even incomplete, so it's of limited help to me. Su Yuan casually poured a cup of blood water from the jade bucket below the millstone, tasted it, and muttered to herself in displeasure. At this moment, the golden-winged Great Pung and the white snake in the millstone were not dead yet. 1/3 of their bodies had already been ground into pieces. At this moment, when they saw that Su Yuan was actually criticizing their blood essence, they could not help but feel a chill. They had also tried to abandon their bodies and escape with their souls, but it was impossible. This was because there was a mysterious power in this golden millstone that actually firmly imprisoned their bodies and souls. As for them, they could only watch helplessly as their bodies were ground into dust. You're not a cultivator from this galaxy? Who are you? The old woman noticed Su Yuan's words and could not help but ask in fear. Dead people don't need to know, so clearly. Su Yuan replied indifferently, and then he looked at Zhuowen, who was within the confinement slaughter formation, and said, Poison King Wanzong, now you know what kind of existence you're facing, right? Kneel down obediently, hand over everything you have, and kill yourself before me. This way, you can suffer less pain. Which clan of the 100 domains outside the realm are you from? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Su Yuan, who was originally calm and composed, completely lost his composure. His pupils constricted into needles as he stared fixedly at Zhuowen, and he said in a low voice, How do you know of the 100 domains outside the realm? Su Yuan was indeed shocked. He was very clear that the starry sky he entered had not been born for many eras, and the cultivators here were still ignorant. It was utterly impossible for them to know of the 100 domains outside the realm, let alone a single heaven-breaker expert that had entered the 100 domains outside the realm. Even the Eastern Emperor Tai and Chief Protector only knew that there was an even larger world like the 100 domains outside the starry sky because he told them. Chapter 3549. Su Yuan was silent for a moment. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and said, Who are you? Su Yuan didn't believe that a mere itinerant cultivator from the lower realm would know about the 100 territories, and even know that there were clans in the 100 territories. Isn't it important who I am? As long as you don't provoke me, you go your way and I go mine. Nothing will happen between us. Zhuowen said indifferently. Su Yuan sneered and said, Although I'm very curious as to why you know about the 100 territories, an ant like you isn't qualified to make me retreat. Moreover, because you know more, you must die. Of course, I will gladly accept the things on your body. Speaking of this, Su Yuan waved his right hand, and the golden millstone nearby sped up. The old woman and middle-aged man let out tragic cries before their bodies and souls were destroyed and ground into pieces. Of course, Su Yuan accepted the spirit rings of the old woman and middle-aged man without batting an eyelid. Su Yuan put away the golden millstone and took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of Zhuowen. He waved his right hand, and the heaven-piercing trap and kill formation set up by the old woman collapsed inch by inch. Meanwhile, Su Yuan stepped in front of Zhuowen and threw a punch at Zhuowen's face. Zhuowen didn't dare to be careless. The moment Su Yuan stepped in front of him, he quickly retreated and activated the half-step heaven-piercing trap and kill formation he had set up. Half-step heaven-piercing trap and kill formation? When did you set it up? Su Yuan's expression changed slightly. He immediately felt the terrifying killing intent around him, and this power instantly swept towards him, wanting to completely tear him into pieces. Su Yuan was very strong, but he was too careless. As soon as the killing intent swept over, he was hit. His body exploded into a bloody mist, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed greatly. He discovered that this was no ordinary half-step heaven-breaching trap and kill formation. Instead, it was a top-tier half-step heaven-breaching trap and kill formation. Even a fifth blight cultivator would find it difficult to escape from such a top-level trap and kill formation. Although Su Yuan was strong, in a one-on-one fight, there was still a gap between him and a fifth blight cultivator in the lower realms. In just an instant, Su Yuan's 4 limbs were crushed by the killing intent of the confinement killing array. However, Su Yuan's reaction was very fast. The moment his 4 limbs were crushed, he had already taken out the golden millstone. The golden millstone floated above Su Yuan's head, emitting a dazzling golden light. The killing intent in the surroundings dissipated into nothingness the moment it touched the golden light on the surface of the golden millstone. Su Yuan hid under the golden millstone. Her breathing was rapid, and her forehead was covered with cold sweat. At this moment, his shattered limbs were slowly recovering. Just now, he had been hit head-on by this top-notch confinement killing formation, and his injuries had already reached a terrifying degree. I was careless. I didn't expect you to be a half-step heaven-breaker divine formation master, and you even dared to trick me. In the process of recovering, Su Yuan looked at Zhuowen, who was not far away from the confinement killing formation, with murderous intent surging in his eyes. He had never suffered such a big loss before, especially after coming to the lower realms. He had a heaven-breaker divine artifact, as well as many top-notch divine artifacts, which allowed him to look down on everyone here. Even if a fifth blight cultivator came, they would most likely suffer under his hands. But now he actually suffered a loss, and it was at the hands of a mere second blight cultivator. This was an unbearable humiliation for Su Yuan. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He looked at the golden millstone above Su Yuan's head and thought that this thing was indeed a heaven-breaker divine artifact. Its power was extraordinary and powerful. He was very clear that if Su Yuan wasn't recovering, the power of this golden millstone was enough to completely destroy the confinement killing formation he had set up. Bastard! Just you wait. When I recover from my injuries, it will be the time of your death. Su Yuan sneered. With the golden millstone in hand, he was very confident, although he couldn't unleash all the power of the golden millstone. Even a little bit of its power was enough to be invincible in this starry sky. And this guy who dared to trick him was already a dead man in his eyes. Su Yuan, you think you're the only one who has a heaven-breaker divine artifact? Zhuowen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Then he activated one of the divine swords of the 9 tribulations, sword formation from his great world. Whoosh! The 9 tribulations divine sword emitted a bright 9-colored light as it swept out of Zhuowen's great world and appeared in the starry sky. The terrifying sword Qi spread through the sky, and the starry sky within hundreds of millions of miles was affected by this terrifying sword Qi. It collapsed into countless pieces, becoming a terrifying and dangerous place. Bang! The 9 tribulations divine sword swept out in an instant and landed on the golden millstone. With a ding sound, the golden millstone was shaken by the 9 tribulations divine sword. The dazzling golden light on its surface was actually much dimmer than before. Zhou face was pale. The 9 tribulations, sword formation, had a total of 9 divine swords. It was already so strenuous for him to activate just one of them. If all 9 swords were to be used together, he would probably be exhausted to death before he could even kill the enemy. However, he had already made great progress. It should be known that when he first obtained the 9 tribulations sword formation, he was injured just by touching the sword chi. Now that his cultivation was much higher than before, he could barely withstand the terrifying sword chi of the 9 tribulations divine sword. Bang! 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 In just an instant, the 9 tribulations divine sword was bombarded dozens of times by the golden millstone. Each time, the surrounding starry sky collapsed and the laws were in chaos. Under the bombardment of the 9 tribulations divine sword, the golden light around the golden millstone became dimmer. Of course, the 9 tribulations divine sword also became much weaker. At least, the sword chi wasn't as strong as before. What? You actually also have a heaven breaker divine weapon? The aura of your divine weapon actually surpasses the first level. Could it be a heaven breaker divine weapon of the second level? The moment Su Yuan saw Zhou 9 tribulations divine sword, it was as if he had seen a ghost and shouted loudly. He indeed felt that it was inconceivable. How could someone in a mere lower realm possess a heaven breaker divine weapon? Could it be that this person's identity also came from the 100 outer realms? Suddenly, such a thought appeared in Su Yuan's mind, and it became more and more firm. Otherwise, how could this person know about the 100 outer realms and have a heaven breaker divine weapon? One should know that his golden millstone was only a heaven breaker divine weapon of the first level. It was far from a heaven breaker divine weapon of the second level. If he continued to fight with this Zhou, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Zhou also discovered that the 9 tribulations divine sword was indeed stronger than the golden millstone. He faintly guessed that the level of this golden millstone was even lower than the 9 tribulations divine sword. It should be a heaven breaker divine weapon of the first level. The 9 tribulations sword formation was a sword formation formed by 9 heaven breaker divine swords. Its power was comparable to a heaven breaker divine weapon of the second level. However, he couldn't control the sword formation. The 9 tribulations divine sword that he was controlling now was actually not a heaven breaker divine weapon of the second level. It was also a heaven breaker divine weapon of the first level. Chapter 3550. Primal Providence. Fellow cultivator, you must also be from the 100 domains, right? I'm Su Yuan from Huxley. Seeing as we're from the same place, let's stop here. Su Yuan hurriedly said. Zhou eyes flashed. It looked like Su Yuan had also assumed that he was from another clan that had descended from the 100 domains. However, this wasn't surprising. His cultivation level wasn't high, but his strength was freakishly powerful. Coupled with the fact that he possessed a heaven breaker divine tool, it was no wonder that Su Yuan would have such thoughts. Why have you descended to this lower realm? Zhou eyes flashed. He didn't admit or deny it. Instead, he changed the topic. He already felt a sense of danger. Many clans from the 100 domains had already noticed this region of space. First, it was the alternate ghost clan's Bing Hui. Now it was Huxley's Su Yuan. When Bing Hui had descended, he had only come for Sakyamuni. Then, why had Su Yuan come? If true elites from the 100 domains descended in the future, then this region of space would really be finished. There would be no way to reverse the situation. Don't tell me you don't know why I've come down. Your clan probably sent you down to collect the primal providence, right? You have to know that there are fewer and fewer ownerless starry sky fruits in the primordial Hong tree. This starry sky fruit has only been nurtured for a short period of time, so many clans haven't noticed it. Moreover, no heaven breaker cultivators have been born in this region of space, so it's a good opportunity to make a move. Since your clan has also discovered this starry sky fruit, our 2 clans can join forces and share the primal providence of this starry sky fruit. Su Yuan had already determined that Zhuowen was from one of the clans in the 100 Territories, so he didn't hide anything and spoke of his purpose in coming down. Zhuowen frowned. He had no idea what the so-called primal providence was. However, he could see from Su Yuan's eyes that this primal providence was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, it was also a very precious treasure to the elites of the 100 domains. Huxley is so kind to share the primal providence with us. Zhuowen sneered. He wanted to get more information from Su Yuan. Su Yuan shrugged helplessly and said, "It's Huxley's good fortune to be able to discover this primitive starry sky in advance. As you know, Huxley is at the bottom of the 100 Territories. We can't afford to offend the other clans. Since you've already discovered it, fellow Taoist, this matter definitely can't be hidden from the upper echelons of your clan. Rather than fighting with you and exposing the secret of this place, I'd rather share the secret with you. This way, everyone will have meat to eat." At this point, Su Yuan looked at Zhuowen and said in a deep voice, "After talking for so long, I still haven't asked which clan you're from." "I come from the Xuannong clan," Zhuowen replied indifferently. Currently, he only knew of 3 clans in the 100 Territories of the Outer Realm. They were the Xuannong clan, the Otherworldly Ghost clan, and the Heartless clan. He had only just learned about the Hushu clan. The reason why he knew about these 3 clans was naturally because the Tool Spirit of the Heaven's Splitting Axe had told him that these 3 clans had joined forces to destroy the Pengu clan. They were the great enemies of the Pengu clan. Now that Su Yuan asked about it, Zhuowen naturally casually mentioned a clan. "I didn't expect fellow Taoist to come from the Xuannong clan. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding between us." When Su Yuan heard about the Xuannong clan, his eyes were full of fear, but at the same time he was glad. Obviously, the Xuannong clan should be much stronger than Huxley behind Su Yuan. Otherwise, Su Yuan would not show such a fearful expression. "Fellow Taoist, can you remove the trap and kill Array first, and then we can discuss the matter of cooperation?" Su Yuan was still shrouded in the light of the golden millstone. His face was pale as he looked at Zhuowen and forced a smile. I'll remove the trap and kill Array." Zhuowen nodded and simply removed the trap and kill Array around them. Seeing that the trap and kill Array was removed, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked relaxed. Just as he was about to ask Zhuowen to put away the 9 Tribulations Celestial Sword, the 9 Tribulations Celestial Sword suspended in the air suddenly turned into an arc and hit the golden millstone. At the same time, Zhuowen took out another 9 Tribulations Celestial Sword from the macro world and fell on the golden millstone from another direction. The golden millstone was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Now, under the joint attack of the 2 9 Tribulations Celestial Swords, many cracks appeared on its surface. Puff! Su Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. The golden millstone had already lost its luster and was thrown aside. It was no different from an ordinary millstone. You didn't keep your word." Su Yuan roared angrily and condemned Zhuowen. However, not long after Su Yuan finished speaking, a beam of sword light shot over, instantly slicing off his newly reconstructed arms from the shoulders. Zhuowen slowly walked to the side of the severed arms. With a flip of his right hand, he took out a talisman from the palm of one of the arms. He held the talisman in his hand and waved it in front of Su Yuan. He sneered and said, "It's not that I didn't keep my word. It's you who didn't keep your word. On one hand, you said that you wanted to cooperate with me, and on the other hand, you tried to stall for time to activate the talisman in your hand. I really feel tired of cooperating with a guy like you who only pays lip service." Su Yuan's 4 limbs were cut off again. He lay on an abandoned meteorite and looked at the talisman in Zhuowen's hand, his face extremely pale. Zhuowen's divine sense was very powerful. When Su Yuan was secretly playing tricks, Zhuowen's divine sense had already detected it, so he quickly took action. "Fellow Taoist, it was my fault just now. I was possessed. How about this? We continue to cooperate and let bygones be bygones. Moreover, I will definitely give you more primordial luck in the distribution of primordial luck. Su Yuan hurriedly said, Forget it. I will find the primordial luck on my own. As for you, I won't cooperate with you. As Zhuowen spoke, his right hand clasped the back of Su Yuan's head and suddenly pulled out his divine soul. Fellow Taoist, what are you doing? Su Yuan's divine soul was in a panic and constantly shouted. However, Zhuowen was too lazy to pay attention to him. He imprisoned his divine soul and threw it into the great world. When Zhuowen extracted Su Yuan's divine soul, he found that there was a very powerful imprint in his divine soul. If Su Yuan's divine soul was destroyed here, he was afraid that the expert behind Huxley would immediately know. Moreover, now wasn't the time to kill Su Yuan. He still had a lot of questions that he hadn't solved. He could only find out from Su Yuan, especially the primordial luck. He always felt that the primordial luck was very important to their universe. If it was stripped away by the experts of the 100 domains, it would definitely be a disaster for the universe. It's time to find a place to transcend the tribulation. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he instantly left the place. The purpose of this auction was to buy the mysterious sky, sea, settling vine. Now that he had obtained it, he naturally couldn't wait to transcend the tribulation and advance to the third blight. Chapter 3551. This place is not bad. Let's choose this place to transcend the tribulation. Zhuowen stopped in a starry sky ruin. This starry sky ruin was located at the northwest edge of the monster realm. It was very barren and full of spatial traps. There was almost no life in this area, let alone cultivators passing by. It just so happened that his tribulation would not be disturbed. Of course, with Zhuowen's terrifying blight tribulation, even if someone disturbed him, they would be courting death. The reason why he chose such a remote place was mainly because he did not want to expose his identity. The old woman of the Golden Silk sect and the middle-aged man of the Divine Peng sect had both died, and Su Yuan's whereabouts were unknown. These 3 people were chasing him, so there would definitely be people who suspected that their disappearance must have something to do with him. His current identity was the Wanzhong Poison King. If he was recognized as a fake, it would be troublesome, so he would rather go far away than expose his identity. After entering the starry sky ruin, Zhuowen waved out beast bone array discs and began to set up a powerful killing array and a concealment array around him. He was also just in case. He was afraid that the tribulation would be too loud and would be discovered by nearby cultivators. After setting up the array, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on a suspended meteorite and took out the Shinrui energy liquid. The Shinrui energy liquid was pale gold and contained extremely rich energy. This energy was very compatible with the primordial mantra he cultivated. He knew that if he completely absorbed the Shinrui energy liquid and relied on his comprehension, he could smoothly break through. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen opened the jade bottle and immediately poured the Shinrui energy liquid on his body. The acupoints all over his body opened crazily and quickly absorbed the surging energy liquid on his body. In the process of absorbing the Shinrui energy liquid, Zhuowen's body emitted blazing rays of light. Even his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears spewed out bright rays of light. At the same time, his aura was constantly skyrocketing. The speed was simply appalling. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Zhuowen had completely absorbed the Shinrui energy liquid. At this moment, Zhuowen's body emitted a crackling noise, as if his bones were dislocated. Rumble. At this moment, Zhuowen's aura had undergone a complete qualitative change. This aura was too terrifying. The starry sky ruins were completely shaken. The countless asteroids and planet fragments floating in the ruins couldn't withstand this terrifying aura and exploded into dust. Zhuowen stood up. His eyes shined brightly as he muttered to himself, "I didn't think it would be so easy to break through to the third blight." He was very excited. and he could feel that the level and quantity of energy in his body had undergone a qualitative change. His strength had skyrocketed to an extremely terrifying level. Boom! Boom! At the same time, a strand of extremely terrifying energy was surging and brewing in the depths of the starry sky above the ruins. Zhuo took a deep breath, and his gaze fell into the depths of space. He knew that the third blight was about to descend. Rumble! Without any warning, numerous bolts of golden lightning suddenly descended from the depths of the starry sky, and they were dazzling and resplendent. F***CK. Wasn't this the Tian-Chi divine lightning? The heaven enlightenment divine lightning descended the moment the third blight began? Zhuo couldn't help but curse when he saw the descending golden lightning. This Tian-Chi sacred lightning was the final tribulation energy of his second blight, tribulation. Back then, he was struck to the brink of death. At that time, Pil-Array Immortal City, Lord Duanqingyao, was struck to the brink of death by this Tian-Chi sacred lightning. One had to know that Duanqingyao was a true peak third blight powerhouse, and he was struck half dead by the Tian-Chi divine lightning. Although Zhuo's strength had increased a lot, the Tian-Chi divine lightning wasn't enough to seriously injure him. But the problem was that the third blight had just begun, and a terrifying tribulation like the Tian-Chi divine lightning had already descended. Wouldn't that mean that an even more terrifying tribulation was about to appear? Zhuo's entire body was shrouded in purple mist. His hands shot out like lightning, and purple pillars of light shot out, shattering the golden Tian-Chi divine lightning one after another. Of course, the Tian-Chi divine lightning contained powerful energy. While shattering it, Zhuo would absorb a portion of the lightning energy into his great world to temper his avatar's body. The Tian-Chi divine lightning became denser and more powerful. In the beginning, the Tian-Chi divine lightning was only as thick as a thumb, and there were only a few bolts descending each time. But now the Tian-Chi divine lightning descending was as thick as a bucket, and there were dozens of bolts descending at once. Even Zhuo was starting to find it difficult to resist. However, he was no longer the same as before. His strength had already undergone a qualitative change. Although the Tian-Chi divine lightning was terrifying, it wasn't enough to put him in a difficult situation. After a few hours, the last Tian-Chi divine lightning was torn apart by Zhuo, and the blight in the depths of the starry sky seemed to have weakened a lot. Zhuo didn't dare to relax. He knew very well that this was just the calm before the storm. He had already passed 2 blights, and he knew that the most terrifying tribulation energy of this blight would descend in a short period of time before the end of the blight. And this calm was just to prepare for an even more terrifying blight. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ghastly white flame gushed out from the depths of the starry sky. Although the flame continued to burn, it emitted a gloomy chill, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This is ultimate Hanin flame. The moment Zhuo saw the ghastly white flame, his pupils shrank into needles, and he couldn't help but blurt out. He was all too familiar with the ultimate Hanin flame. It was also one of the most terrifying types of blight energy, and it could be considered one of the most terrifying energies in the blight. Generally, it would only appear in the 5th blight of a cultivator. The flame had no temperature, and on the contrary, it had an extremely terrifying chill. If an ordinary cultivator touched the ultimate Hanin flame, they would immediately be wrapped by the flame and frozen into ice chips. Moreover, the chill didn't only target the physical body, but also the soul. When a cultivator was frozen into ice chips, not only did their physical body turn into ice chips, even their divine soul would completely disappear at that moment. It could be said that their body and soul were completely destroyed. Many brilliant cultivators had mostly died in this ultimate Han-in flame when they were crossing the 5th blight. Zhuo didn't dare to be careless. This ultimate Han-in flame was really too terrifying. Even a 4th blight cultivator couldn't resist such a terrifying flame. When the ultimate Han In flame descended, Zhuowen also summoned his doppelganger. Then his original body and doppelganger merged into one, and his aura instantly soared by a large margin. Whoosh! Zhuowen opened his mouth and spat out a black flame. The moment the flame appeared, it turned into a huge black firebird that soared into the sky and swept towards the ultimate Han In flame. This was the undying witch flame. Back then, it was absorbed by the Zhurong-gu in the land of inheritance of the phoenix, and its power was extraordinary. But what made Zhuowen's face turn gloomy was that the moment the undying witch flame touched the ultimate Han In flame, it was completely frozen into an ice sculpture and then shattered into countless ice chips. Chapter 3552. Advancing to the third decay, so cold. The moment the ultimate In flame descended, Zhuowen's entire body trembled. This chill was not only on his body, but also in the depths of his soul. He could feel an unbearable chill. The coldness was far too terrifying, causing Zhuowen's body and soul to lose consciousness in an instant. It was as if he had really turned into a lifeless ice sculpture. Damn it! Profound sky, sea, settling vine, come out! Zhuowen roared and finally took out the profound sky, sea, settling vine. He had long prepared this item. At the beginning, he could barely resist the heaven enlightening divine lightning, so he did not use it. But now this ultimate Han In flames was indeed too terrifying. Zhuowen suspected that if he still didn't use the dark sky, sea calming vine, then he might really perish within these terrifying flames. The moment the profound sky, sea, settling vine was taken out, the originally palm-sized vine rapidly grew. In a few breaths, the profound sky, sea, settling vine had grown into a huge vine that almost reached the heavens and the earth. Moreover, this vine was very unusual. At its top, there were countless clouds and mist lingering, as if there was no end, and at its root, there was a vast ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. The moment the profound sky, sea, settling vine grew, it actually created such a huge and terrifying domain that completely separated Zhuowen from the ultimate In flame. Zhuowen stood on an emerald leaf in the middle of the vine, looking at the countless white flames outside the domain with a look of horror in his eyes. Zhuowen took a deep breath and muttered with a lingering fear in his heart, "This ultimate Han In flame is worthy of being a flame that only appears during the fifth decay. It's actually so terrifying. Earlier, I felt a strong danger of death. If I didn't have this dark sky, sea calming vine, I'm afraid I would have been doomed." But Zhuowen did not relax because of this. He could clearly feel that the domain formed by the profound sky, sea, settling vine was trembling violently, as if it would collapse and become unstable at any time. There are too many ultimate In flames. The domain formed by the profound sky, sea, settling vine can't hold on for too long. I have to reduce the pressure on the profound sky, sea, settling vine. Zhuowen was very clear that he had to share a portion of the profound sky, sea, calming vine's ultimate Han In flame. Otherwise, the profound sky, sea calming vine would be destroyed before the decay tribulation was over. At that time, he would definitely be in for a tragedy. Thinking of this, Zhuowen came to the boundary of the domain and began to guide a portion of the ultimate Han In flame in, while he used his body to resist it. The ultimate Han In flame was indeed terrifying, but most of the flames were absorbed by the profound sky, sea, settling vine. Zhuowen could still barely resist a small portion of the ultimate Han In flame. The gold ring can actually absorb the ultimate Han In fire? Just as Zhuowen was struggling to resist the ultimate Han In fire, he discovered that the golden ring on his hand was actually crazily absorbing the ultimate Han In fire and sucking it all into the ring. This golden ring was worn by the owner of the golden coffin. This ring was of a much higher grade than a spirit ring, and the space inside was incomparably stable, almost catching up to the starry sky he was in. However, Zhuowen was used to putting things in the outside world. Although this golden ring was much better than a spirit ring, Zhuowen basically didn't use it much. Usually, he would just wear it on his hand as a kind of decoration. However, he didn't expect that this golden ring could actually absorb the ultimate Hanin fire, this kind of powerful decay tribulation energy. Not long after, the ultimate Hanin fire that entered the domain through the gap at the boundary of the domain was completely absorbed by the golden ring, and Zhuowen's divine sense fell into the ring and discovered that the ultimate Hanin fire was running around inside the ring space. However, the golden ring space was very stable, and the ultimate Hanin fire couldn't break through its space at all. It could only run around inside the ring space like a headless fly. This item of a heaven-breaking realm expert is indeed not ordinary. Since this ring can absorb the ultimate Hanin fire, then I'll absorb all the ultimate Hanin fire from the outside world. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. This ultimate Hanin fire was so powerful, and since he could collect it, why not use it as one of his trump cards? With this ultimate Hanin fire, Zhuowen didn't even need to make a move and could heavily injure Fourth Blight cultivators, or even kill them. Thinking of this, Zhuowen directly took off the golden ring and threw it out through the gap in the profound sky, sea, settling vine domain. Zhuowen could clearly see that when the golden ring rushed into the ultimate Hanin fire, it began to wantonly absorb the flames. As time passed, the ultimate Hanin fire in the outside world became less and less, and the profound sky-sea settling vine domain was about to reach its limit, showing signs of breaking. When the last trace of the ultimate Hanin fire completely disappeared into the golden ring, the profound sky-sea settling vine also withered, and the domain it formed was also destroyed. Zhuowen put away the golden ring, and his divine sense had already seen the surging and terrifying white flames in the ring's space. Phew! What an unexpected gain! Zhuowen's face was flushed red, and he was very excited. At this moment, the starry sky ruins where Zhuowen had long become a dangerous place with chaotic space-time. The killing array and concealment array that Zhuowen had set up around him had long been blasted into powder by the Blight Tribulation. Fortunately, this place was very remote, so Zhuowen's Blight Tribulation caused such a big commotion. But it didn't attract the attention of other cultivators. Zhuowen took out the space-time roulette, handed the control to Xiao He, and instructed him to go to the Demon Saint Palace in the Demon Saint Heavenly City. He continued to cultivate in seclusion. He still had the soul cultivating pot and little immortal monarch cauldron that he had bought from the auction, especially the little immortal monarch cauldron, although it looked very ordinary and even a little broken. But Zhuowen knew that there was definitely a secret in this little immortal monarch cauldron. It was just that he hadn't uncovered it yet. Moreover, he had a premonition that once he uncovered the secret of the little immortal monarch cauldron, his alchemy Tao and array Tao would very likely undergo a transformation. When Zhuowen returned to the Demon Saint Heavenly City, the Demon Saint Heavenly City was in an uproar, because on this day, two great Hidden Forces experts suddenly descended on the Demon Saint Heavenly City. These two great Hidden Forces were respectively the Golden Silk Sect and the Divine Pung Sect. What made everyone even more shocked was that the moment these two great forces descended on the Demon Saint Heavenly City, they completely ignored the rules set by the Demon Saint Palace and brazenly attacked one of the four great trading companies, the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company, completely annihilating the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company. And the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company's ancestor, Bailey Jingluan, even died tragically in the hands of a half-step heaven-breaking realm expert from the Golden Silk Sect. The Spirit Phoenix Trading Company was one of the four great trading companies after all, and had considerable influence in the demon territory. Now that it was annihilated in front of everyone's eyes, it really caused a huge commotion. And what made many demon race cultivators in the Demon Saint Heavenly City even more puzzled was that the Demon Saint Palace didn't say a word from beginning to end, and didn't even send anyone to investigate the reason for the annihilation of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company. Even the Demon Saint Heavenly City's enforcers seemed to have suddenly disappeared, and no one came out to check on the experts from the Golden Silk Sect and the Divine Pung Sect. In an instant, the entire Demon Saint Heavenly City was in a state of panic, and the cultivators from the Golden Silk Sect and the Divine Punk Sect were even more unbridled and arrogant in the Demon Saint Heavenly City. Chapter 3553. The Effect of the Soul Cultivating Pot Inside the Demon Saint Palace. The 5 protectors were gathered together. The head protector was sitting at the head with a frown and a worried expression. Head protector, the Gold Silk Sect and Godping Sect are too arrogant. They actually attacked in the Demon Saint Sky City and destroyed the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company without any reason. They don't put our Demon Saint Palace in their eyes at all. The God-Horn Protector couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and cupped his hands at the head protector as he spoke angrily. The other protectors also showed deep understanding. After all, the Demon Saint Sky City was the territory of the Demon Saint Palace. How could they allow other forces to be so arrogant? The head protector gestured for the God-Horn Protector to sit down. He said in a deep voice, "You probably don't know the background of the Gold Silk Sect and Godpunk Sect, right?" "Of course we know. The Gold Silk Sect and Godping Sect are the 2 largest hidden forces in the demon realm. It's said that they have Third Blight cultivators behind them. Although these 2 forces are indeed stronger than normal forces, the gap between them and our Demon Saint Palace is not small. What does our Demon Saint Palace have to fear?" The God-Horn Protector said in a deep voice. He was very dissatisfied with the head protector telling the Demon Saint Palace to not make a move. Now his dissatisfaction was showing on his face. The head protector sneered, "God-Horn, what you know is only outdated news. According to what I know, the 2 ancestors of the Gold Silk Sect and Godpong Sect have both successfully broken through to the 4th Blight. The 2 4th Blight cultivators even arrived at the Demon Saint Sky City together. Now that Lord Demon Saint is in closed-door cultivation, and I'm the only 4th Blight cultivator in the Demon Saint Palace. As long as our Demon Saint Palace makes a move, the 2 ancestors of the Gold Silk Sect and Godpung Sect will have enough reason to fight back. At that time, I'll be restrained and the entire Demon Saint Palace will be in chaos. So right now, our Demon Saint Palace can only stay put. Moreover, the Gold Silk Sect and Godpung Sect lost 2 peak Third Blight cultivators. To them, this is a heavy loss. The Spirit Phoenix Trading Company being destroyed can only be blamed on them for not knowing how to be a person. They actually sold something to a rogue cultivator and lost their lives for nothing. As soon as the Great Protector said that, the other 4 protectors were shocked. They also didn't expect the 2 ancestors of the Gold Silk Sect and Godpung Sect to break through to the 4th Blight. This wasn't a good thing for the Demon Saint Palace. Divine Horn Protector frowned and continued, "Great Protector, the Sacred Demon City has always been led by our Sacred Demon Palace. Now that the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company has been annihilated and our Sacred Demon Palace hasn't done anything, I'm afraid that the cultivators in the Sacred Demon City will be disappointed in our Sacred Demon Palace and cause us to lose our credibility. Furthermore, our Sacred Demon Palace has a 9-story pagoda. That Golden Silk Sect and Divine Ping Sect wouldn't dare to do anything to us." The Great Guardian waved his hand and immediately interrupted the God Horn Guardian. God Horn. As for the cultivators of Demon Saint Palace, they are insignificant. There is no need to care about their feelings. The head protector's expression was firm. Seeing his expression, God Horn knew that his persuasion was useless. The head protector wouldn't listen. "Oh, right. God Horn, didn't you just invite a guest protector into Demon Saint Palace? He just entered Demon Saint Palace and hasn't done anything for Demon Saint Palace. How about this? Summon him over. I plan to let him investigate the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company." The head protector suddenly said. God Horn's expression changed. He knew that after the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company was destroyed, the Gold Silk Sect and God Pung Sect experts were temporarily stationed there. The head protector wanted Joan to investigate the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company. Wasn't this sending him to his death? Head protector, Protector Joie is currently in seclusion. It's not good for us to disturb him now. Let's talk about it after he comes out, God Horn said solemnly. And he went into seclusion the moment he entered Demon Saint Palace. He clearly wants to reap benefits from Demon Saint Palace and doesn't want to do anything for us. Inform him that if he doesn't come out of seclusion immediately, then get out of Demon Saint Palace. What right does such a person have to be a guest protector of Demon Saint Palace? The head protector said coldly. God Horn's expression was ugly. He was the one who invited Joan in. Now that the head protector spoke ill of Joan in front of him, it was a slap to his face. God Horn knew why the head protector was so against Joan. It was mainly because he was the one who invited Joan in. God Horn's talent was the strongest among the 5 protectors. His cultivation progress was also the fastest. He had even received the favor and praise of Demon Saint Donghuang Tai. The head protector had always been at odds with him. The main reason was that God Horn was the one who could affect his position the most. Therefore, he was always against God Horn. Before Demon Saint went into seclusion, Demon Saint Palace was under the management of Demon Saint Palace. The head protector didn't dare to openly oppose God Horn. However, after Demon Saint went into seclusion, most of Demon Saint Palace's affairs were under the control of the head protector. The head protector's actions against God Horn were becoming more and more excessive. Head protector, Protector Joie is indeed in seclusion and has reached a critical moment. Give him 7 more days. He will come out of seclusion in 7 days. When he comes out, I will personally bring him here. God Horn stared at the head protector and said in a deep voice. He didn't have the slightest intention of evading. God Horn knew very well that Joan wasn't in Demon Saint Palace right now. He had gone to the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company to participate in the auction. Although he didn't know the specifics of Joan's current situation, he knew that Joan was definitely not in Demon Saint Palace. If he summoned Joan now, it would be a slap to his face. Therefore, he had to stall for time. The head protector looked deeply at God Horn and said lightly, Well, then I will give you face and give him 7 days. If he doesn't come out of seclusion in 7 days, then don't blame me for forcing him out. Also, when he comes out of seclusion, he must immediately go to the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company to investigate. There can be no delay. God Horn's face was gloomy, but he could only nod in agreement. He knew very well that if he continued to exonerate Joan, the head protector would immediately accuse him of a groundless crime. When that time came, he would really be speechless. Joan naturally didn't know what had happened in Demon Saint Palace. At this moment, he was in the temporary cave residence of the space-time roulette, studying the small bronze cauldron. Above Joan's head floated the soul cultivating pot. In the soul cultivating pot, mysterious power filled the air and poured into Joan's glabella. It made Joan's divine soul feel cool and comfortable. It had to be said that the effect of the soul cultivating pot was really good. It was very beneficial for the recovery and growth of his divine soul. Joan's divine soul was originally very powerful. With the effect of the soul cultivating pot, Joan didn't feel as painful as before when he cultivated the divine soul sword essence. Moreover, the divine soul sword essence that Joan had condensed at this moment was extremely terrifying. Even if his divine soul was extremely powerful, it could only bear 3 divine soul sword essences at most. If he added more divine soul sword essences, his divine soul wouldn't be able to bear it, and there might be bad consequences. Chapter 3554. Return. Back at the auction, he'd sensed a very obscure restriction in the immortal Lord Cauldron. He'd found it long ago. However, as he carefully examined the cauldron, he discovered that there was more than one obscure restriction in the young immortal Lord Cauldron. he discovered a total of 9 obscure restrictions. They're all half-step heaven-breaker restrictions, and they're all top-notch. Zhuowen's eyes widened in shock. He also discovered that the 9 restrictions complemented each other. 9 top-notch, half-step, heaven-breaker restrictions complemented each other to form a super powerful restriction. It was so powerful that it was almost at the heaven-breaker level. Zhuowen's eyes were solemn. He knew that at his current level, it would take him a lot of effort to decipher the restrictions in the immortal Lord Cauldron. At the same time, he was overjoyed. He knew that such a powerful restriction in the immortal Lord Cauldron could only mean that the pill formation immortal lord's most important secret was hidden inside. Otherwise, the pill formation immortal lord wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to set up such a terrifying restriction in the immortal Lord Cauldron. Next, Zhuowen buried himself in deciphering the restrictions in the immortal Lord Cauldron. Several days later, Zhuowen returned to the outskirts of the divine monster city. He'd only managed to decipher a small portion of the restrictions in the small bronze cauldron. Zhuowen smiled wryly. He knew that it would take him a lot of time to completely decipher the restrictions in the small bronze cauldron. Suddenly, a stream of light flew past his eyes, and he saw a familiar figure in the stream of light. Bailey Qiuling? Zhuowen saw that the streak of light was a flying divine artifact, and inside it was Bailey Qiuling of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company. Bailey Qiuling looked very flustered. As she flew, she glanced back from time to time and didn't notice Zhuowen at all. Zhuowen also noticed that several streaks of light were closing in on Bailey Qiuling. Clearly, they were pursuing Bailey Qiuling. Zhuowen was surprised. Bailey Qiuling was the little princess of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company and was very famous in the divine monster city. Who else dared to pursue Bailey Qiuling? Moreover, they weren't far from the divine monster city. These people were too bold, completely ignoring the rules of the divine monster city and the influence of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company. The two parties, one fleeing while the other. Quickly, Bailey Qiuling translation, Zhuowen. Zhuowen stood for a moment in thought. Then he Qiuling and Bailey Qiuling. He always felt that it was strange. The Spirit Phoenix Trading Company was considered a big power in the demon divine heavenly city. The cultivators were cultivators chasing Bailey Qiuling translation is creation, Lord Realm, Lord Bailey Qiuling Lord. Bailey Qiuling translation, Bailey Qiuling, Bailey Qiuling, she her translation, 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 she translation, 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 translation. However, Bailey Qiuling clearly didn't do so. Instead, she fled in the direction of demon, divine, heavenly city. Zhuowen realized that something might have happened to the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company. Although he did not have a good impression of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company, Bailey Qiuling had given him a high-grade, heavenly Tao origin crystal load. Even though it was with a purpose, he still owed her a favor. Now that he saw Bailey Qiuling in trouble, he naturally couldn't sit idly by. Zhuowen silently followed behind and easily dealt with the cultivators who were pursuing Bailey Qiuling. At the same time, he discovered from the items on these cultivators that they weren't from Demon Divine Sky City, but disciples of Golden Silk God Sect. Golden Silk Sect actually came to Demon Sacred Sky City? Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he recalled the old woman that was annihilated by Su Yuan. He remembered that the sect behind the old woman was the Golden Silk Sect. It was said to be one of the major sects among the reclusive powers. As for the Golden Winged Rock, the Divine Pung Sect, it was also said to be very terrifying. Even though its foundation wasn't comparable to the Golden Silk Sect, it was still a first-rate sect. Now that the Golden Silk Sect had come to Demon Sacred Sky City, it probably had something to do with the old woman's death. Zhuowen also knew that since the Golden Silk Sect was here, the Divine Pung Sect must be here too. Coupled with Bailey Qiuling's eagerness to escape from Demon Sacred Sky City, Something must have happened to the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company. Zhuowen didn't chase after Bailey Chioling. He had only met her twice and didn't have much of a relationship with her. This time, he only acted to return the favor. Therefore, after dealing with these cultivators, he returned to Demon Sacred Sky City. Why did the Golden Silk Sex experts suddenly disappear? Bailey Chioling, who was running for her life, sensed that something was wrong. Her spiritual will didn't detect any traces of anyone behind her. Those cultivators were clearly chasing after her, but now they seemed to have disappeared. Thinking of this, Bailey Chilling stopped and carefully retraced her original path. Soon, she stopped not far away. She found traces of a battle here. She revealed a look of understanding, knowing that someone must have helped her get rid of the people chasing after her. Thinking of this, Bailey Chilling bowed to the starry sky behind her. Then, her beautiful eyes revealed a determined look and she disappeared. She decided to leave Demon Sacred Sky City and cultivate diligently. Once she was successful in her cultivation, she would return to Demon Sacred Sky City and seek revenge from the Golden Silk Sect and Divine Pung Sect. After Zhuowen returned to Demon Sacred Sky City, he learned that the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company had been annihilated by the Golden Silk Sect and Divine Pung Sect's experts. Zhuowen wasn't too surprised. When he found out that Bailey Chilling was being hunted, he already had his suspicions. However, the reality was worse than he expected. The Spirit Phoenix Trading Company had been completely annihilated without a single survivor. Although he barged into the Thunderbolt Trading Company and even killed their ancestor, Lei Longyin, he was on the side of reason. However, he was on the side of reason. After all, it was Lei Longyin who attacked first, and he didn't destroy the Thunderbolt Trading Company. He only killed Lei Longyin and Lei Lingyun, so the Demon Saint Palace didn't pursue the matter. However, the nature of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company's situation this time was far worse than Zhuo Wen's. This time, the entire trading company had been uprooted, completely wiped out. Furthermore, it had been for no reason at all, without distinguishing between right and wrong. However, no one from the Demon Saint Palace had come out to uphold justice. For a time, the entire Demon Sacred Sky City was filled with complaints. Clearly, many cultivators were dissatisfied with the Demon Sacred Palace's silence. Even Zhuowen frowned. When he barged into the Thunderbolt Trading Company, the Demon Sacred Palace's Divine Horn Protector at least came out to give an explanation. Now that the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company was so vile and had been directly destroyed in the Demon Divine Heavenly City, the Demon Divine Palace had actually become mute. This was truly inexcusable. However, this was the Demon Sacred Palace's matter, so Zhuowen didn't think too much about it. After he returned to the Demon Sacred Palace's cave dwelling in District D, someone immediately came to visit him. Zhuowen opened the cave mansion's defensive array and found that it was God Horn who had come personally. He also found that God Horn's expression was a bit unnatural. This made Zhuowen squint his eyes, and he had a bad premonition. Chapter 35:55. God Horn Guardian, what do you mean? Zhuowen asked in surprise. Although the residence assigned to him by the head guardian was only in Area D, it was considered a very bad place. However, he was still a guest guardian of the Demon Saint Palace in name. Who would dare to destroy his cave residence in the Demon Saint Palace? The Divine Horn Guardian smiled bitterly and told him what the Great Guardian had said a few days ago in the Demon Saint Palace, as well as what had happened. Of course, he also told Zhuowen in detail about what happened in the Demon Saint Sky City recently. The head guardian wants to destroy my cave residence. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and felt very unhappy. From the moment he entered the Demon Saint Palace, the Great Protector had been targeting him. Now he even threatened to tear down his cave. Wasn't he looking down on him a little too much? God Horn Guardian, the Spirit Phoenix trading firm, was destroyed by the Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect. Why didn't the Demon Saint Palace say anything? Furthermore, the Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect aren't from the Demon Saint Sky City. They are external forces. They appeared in the Demon Saint Sky City so arrogantly, and your Demon Saint Palace doesn't care? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. The God Horn Guardian had already informed him that the head guardian wanted him to investigate the incident in the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix trading firm. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. However, he felt that it was strange that the Demon Saint Palace seemed to be afraid of the Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect. As the number one force in the Demon Saint realm, this cowardice made Zhuowen a little suspicious. The God Horn Guardian sighed. If it was in the past, the Demon Saint Palace wouldn't have let them off easily if the Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect dared to be so arrogant. But now, the Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect are different from the past. The ancestors of the two forces broke through some time ago and became Fourth Blight experts. And this time, the ancestors of the two forces personally came to the Demon Saint Sky City? Speaking of this, the God Horn Guardian's expression was very unnatural, and he smiled awkwardly. Zhuowen finally realized that something was wrong. No wonder the head guardian wanted him to investigate the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix trading firm. This wasn't a simple investigation at all. It was simply a suicide mission. Right now, the experts of the Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect were stationed above the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company. If a mere Demon Saint Palace protector like him were to head over to investigate, he would definitely clash with the experts of the two factions. At that time, his life and death would be unpredictable. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. Did this great protector want him dead? Zhuowen looked at the Divine Horn Guardian and asked calmly, Divine Horn Guardian, I have no enmity with the Great Guardian. We have never even met before. However, he has been targeting me since the beginning. Can you give me a reasonable explanation? The Divine Horn Guardian's expression changed slightly. Finally, he sighed and said, Guardian Zhua, this is all my fault. I didn't tell you clearly at the beginning. Actually, it's like this. My rise in the Demon Saint Palace was too short, and I was once favored by the Demon Saint. The Great Protector's jealousy is also very strong, so he has always rejected me. And I was the one who recommended you into the Demon Saint Palace, so Zhuowen nodded. He already understood. It seemed like he was completely undeserving of this calamity. Guardian Zhua, that day in the conference hall, I already tried my best to protect you. However, the Demon Saint Palace is completely under the control of the Great Protector. Therefore, even if I tried to argue with him, I still couldn't persuade the Great Protector. The Divine Horn Guardian said with some shame. Zhuowen secretly shook his head. He knew very well that even if the Great Protector was really targeting the Divine Horn Guardian, the latter was still the second Great Protector of the 5 Great Protectors. The Demon Saint Palace's power was definitely not weak. If the Divine Horn Guardian had really argued for him, he would not have been sent to the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company to die. However, he did not care about this. He knew very well that the Divine Horn Guardian would have to pay a huge price to protect him. His relationship with the Divine Horn Guardian was not that deep. The Divine Horn Guardian would definitely not pay such a huge price to protect him. After all, the gains did not make up for the losses. Moreover, he had just broken through, and his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. He really wanted to test how strong his current strength was. The Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect could be his trial stones. No worries. That Great Protector only sent me to the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company to investigate. As long as I don't alarm the people of the Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect, I think I shouldn't be in any danger. Zhuowen said with a faint smile. The Divine Horn Guardian laughed and said, What Protector Zhua said is extremely right. With Protector Zhua's skills, as long as you are careful, even if the 2 patriarchs were to take action, they might not be able to take you down. Zhuowen did not pay any attention to the Divine Horn Guardian's compliments. Instead, he continued, Divine Horn Guardian, is there still no news of the demon saint? Did she send you a message saying when she will be back? Right now, Zhuowen was most concerned about Mu Qinshui. He was 80% sure that the holy maiden of the demon region was Mu Qinshui. As long as Mu Qinshui returned, he would immediately take her away and leave the demon saint palace. Should be soon, because Lord Demon Saint is about to come out of seclusion. The saint will definitely return before Lord Demon Saint comes out of seclusion. The Divine Horn Guardian said in a deep voice. All right, Protector Zhua, you should be going out to participate in the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company's auction this time, right? I heard that the auction's finale item, the Profound Sky Sea Settling Vine, was bid away by a mysterious, itinerant cultivator. It's just that itinerant cultivator's luck was really bad. It was said that he was killed by the Wanzhong Poison King. Furthermore, the item was also snatched away by the Wanzhong Poison King. At that time, you should be at the auction venue. Is there such a thing? Furthermore, it was said that those two powerhouses from the Gold Silk Divine Sect and the Divine Pung Sect ultimately perished. Therefore, it led to the Gold Silk Divine Sect and the Divine Pung Sect's powerhouses joining forces to come to the Demon Saint Heavenly City. Zhuowen's gaze flickered, and he said with a sigh, "There is indeed such a thing." Although that itinerant cultivator's strength was nothing much, he was rich and overbearing. In the end, he bid for the Profound Sky Sea Settling Vine with a price of over 100 million. None of the major powers in the entire VIP seating area could contend with him. It's just that this person showed off a little too much and did not know how to restrain himself. In the end, he was intercepted and killed by the Wanzhong Poison King in front of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company. He died, and his doubt dissipated. The item was also snatched away, while the Wanzhong Poison King even fled without a trace. After that, many powerhouses chased after the Wanzhong Poison King. I'm also not very clear about the specific outcome. The Divine Horn Guardian nodded. He did not suspect anything. He really never suspected that Zhuowen was the murderer of the old woman and the middle-aged man. In his opinion, the old woman and middle-aged man from the Gold Silk Divine Sect and the Divine Pung Sect had the same cultivation as him. They were both at the peak of the third blight. Their strength was very terrifying. And in his opinion, although Zhuowen was also a third blight powerhouse, he was at most at the early or middle stage of the third blight. How could such a cultivation be able to kill two peak third blight powerhouses? Therefore, the Divine Horn Guardian subconsciously believed that the person who killed the old woman and the middle-aged man from the Gold Silk Divine Sect must be a fourth blight powerhouse. Although there were rumors that the Wanzhong Poison King killed the old woman and the middle-aged man, the Divine Horn Guardian did not believe it. He believed that there must be some hidden old monster who could not help but snatch it. Chapter 3556. Imperial Edict. Protector Zhua is finally out of seclusion? You really made me wait for a long time. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came and attracted the attention of Zhuowen and the God Horn Protector. Zhuowen looked at the red-faced old man walking over and sneered in his heart. This red-faced old man was none other than the Great Protector of the Demon Saint Palace. Great Protector. Protector Zhua just came out of seclusion. Can you delay the mission you arranged for him for a few days so that he can prepare? The God Horn Protector said pretentiously. The Great Protector sneered. Did I not give him enough time? No need to talk nonsense. Immediately set off to investigate the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company ruins. Also, bring the Imperial Edict. As he spoke, the Great Protector took out a golden scroll and threw it to Zhuowen. Imperial Edict? Zhuowen asked in surprise. Yes. Gold Silk Sect and God Pung Sect suddenly destroyed the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company without even notifying us. This is looking down on our Demon Saint Palace. Bring this Imperial Edict to the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company ruins and announce that these two factions will withdraw from Demon Saint Sky City. As for their matter, Wait until the demon saint comes out of seclusion and will naturally deal with it. The great protector said indifferently. Zhuowen's face darkened. This great protector was blatantly trying to kill him. If he brought this imperial edict to the Gold Silk sect and God Pung sect, he would definitely have a conflict with them. At that time, a fight would be unavoidable. Gold Silk sect and God Pung sect both had Fourth Blight powerhouses behind them. This was no different from courting death. Although Zhuowen was not afraid of Fourth Blight powerhouses, he was still unhappy that he was being tricked like this. Great Protector! Didn't you say that you only wanted Protector Zhuo to investigate the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company ruins? Why are you doing this now? The Godhorn Protector's face did not look too good. He could see that the Great Protector was planning to send Zhuowen to his death. What? This is normal procedure. The main thing is that the Gold Silk sect and God Pung sect have gone too far. It is only natural for us to issue a decree from our Demon Saint Palace. Guardian Xin Jiao, do you have any other opinions? The great guardian sneered. The Divine Horn Protector fell silent. He glanced at Zhuowen, his eyes full of shame. All right, I'll accept this imperial edict. Now, I'll make a trip to the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company. What everyone did not expect was that Zhuowen agreed very straightforwardly. Even the Great Guardian was stunned. His original plan was to use this move to infuriate Zhuowen and then arrest Zhuowen for rebelling against his superiors. After all, this Zhuowen was not on his side. He was on the side of the Divine Horn Protector. Therefore, if he could get rid of this person, he would do his best to do so. After all, he was in power now. He had to weaken the forces around the Divine Horn Guardian by any means. When the demon saint came out of seclusion, there would not be many opportunities like this. He had to seize the opportunity. Moreover, recently, the Great Guardian's mood was somewhat irritable. Su Yuan had not returned, and she did not even reply to the messages he sent out. This made the Great Guardian somewhat worried. In fact, he was very clear that the two peak Third Blight experts from the Golden Silk sect and the Divine Pung sect were definitely killed by Su Yuan. However, at the same time, Su Yuan had also disappeared. In the beginning, he was still able to maintain his calm. However, as time passed, he felt that something was wrong and his mood became very bad. In addition, he did not like the Divine Horn Protector. However, he could not scold the Divine Horn Protector in front of him. Therefore, he naturally vented his anger on Zhuowen. However, he didn't expect Zhuowen to agree so readily. This caused the anger that had accumulated in his heart to be tightly suppressed, and he had nowhere to vent it. Divine Horn Protector, I'll take my leave first. Wait for me to come back and chat with you. Zhuowen picked up the imperial edict, cupped his hands at the Divine Horn Protector, and left the Demon Saint Palace. The Divine Horn Protector looked at Zhuowen's departing figure and gently shook his head. He knew that Zhuowen would most likely not be able to return. The Great Guardian was very angry at Zhuowen's disregard. He coldly said to the subordinate beside him, "Send someone to monitor him. If he dares to run away, immediately inform me." The subordinate nodded and also left the Demon Saint Palace. The Divine Horn Protector turned a blind eye to this matter. After bidding farewell to the Great Guardian, he left the place. This Divine Horn Protector is really good at enduring. I've already done this much, but he still remains indifferent. The Great Guardian coldly looked at the Divine Horn Protector's departing figure and sneered to himself. After Zhuowen left the Demon Saint Palace, he immediately discovered that someone was following him from afar. Without guessing, he knew that it was definitely someone sent by the Great Guardian. He was afraid that he would run away at the last minute, so he was here to monitor him. Zhuowen did not pay much attention to the person following him. Instead, he went straight to the Spirit Phoenix trading firm. When Zhuowen arrived at the Spirit Phoenix trading firm, his brows slightly furrowed. The once bustling and huge Spirit Phoenix trading firm had been razed to the ground. Not even the ruins remained. On the flat ground, there were temporary cave dwellings. Clearly, these cave dwellings were built by the experts of the Golden Silk sect and the Divine Pung sect. Moreover, these cave dwellings were clearly divided into two camps. Clearly, the Golden Silk sect and the Divine Pung sect were not as harmonious as imagined. Zhuowen stopped a few kilometers away from the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix trading firm. He did not immediately approach. Instead, he took out the Beast Bone Array disc and began to set up a trap array around the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix trading firm. Zhuowen's current array, Dao level, was extremely impressive. He had already reached the peak of the half-step Heavenbreaker realm. The trap array he set up was extremely difficult to deal with. Even an ordinary fifth blight expert would find it difficult to break free from it. However, if he wanted to set up a trap array that even a fifth blight expert could not break free from, the materials required were too terrifying. Moreover, the time required to set it up was also very long. Therefore, the trap array Zhuowen was setting up was only a second-grade trap array. This way, the materials required were not much, and the time required was not long. With the power of this trap array, it was more than enough to trap an early fourth blight expert. He did this just in case. After all, if he really had a conflict with the Golden Silk sect and the Divine Pung sect, a battle would be unavoidable. The commotion caused by a battle between half-step Heavenbreaker realm experts was too great. It would inevitably cause a commotion in the entire Demon Saint Heavenly City. He was currently hiding in the Demon Saint Palace and did not want to be too conspicuous. Setting up a trap array was the best method. This way, even if there was a conflict and a huge battle, the trap array would be enough to seal off all the movements inside. The people outside would not be able to see what was happening inside. After successfully setting up the trap array, Zhuowen put away the array flags and set up a large array around him. He then walked towards the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix trading firm. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into our Divine Pung sect's territory? Are you tired of living?" Chapter 35:57. Hongwan and Si Yongbua. Maybe it's some hothead who thought the Spirit Phoenix trading firm was still here and came to buy something. Haha, there was a hothead who came to Demon Divine City last time. He asked if this was the Spirit Phoenix trading firm and was beaten to death. What an idiot. This one looks better than the previous one, but he's still very stupid. On the other side of the Golden Silk sect's territory, several Golden Silk sect disciples saw the conflict on the Divine Pung sect side and immediately stood up. They looked like they were watching a good show and discussed it without restraint. Zhuowen looked at the man in front of him. This man had a head of golden hair and was probably at the peak of the creation realm. There were 4 people behind the golden-haired man. Their cultivation levels were also at the creation realm. They were clearly disciples of the Divine Pung sect. "I'm from Demon Divine Palace. Get your sect master to come out and talk," Zhuowen said calmly. Once these words were spoken, the several Divine Pung sect disciples who were originally planning to make a move to tease Zhuo were all stunned. "You're a disciple of Demon Divine Palace?" the golden-haired man asked in surprise. "You're wrong. I'm a guardian of Demon Divine Palace," Zhuowen said calmly. "What, a guardian of Demon Divine Palace?" The golden-haired man trembled and said respectfully, "I didn't know that you would suddenly come here. I'm sorry. Please wait here for a moment. I'll inform the sect master." With that, the golden-haired man hurriedly entered the depths of the cave dwelling. The Golden Silk sect cultivators who were watching the show were also shocked. They quietly retreated and went to inform the sect master. Soon, a hearty laugh came from the depths of the Divine Pung sect's territory. Then, a burly middle-aged man walked out from the depths of the territory. "Haha, guardian of the Demon Saint Palace, you're finally here. Eh? Who are you?" The tall and sturdy middle-aged man had not yet arrived, but his voice had already sounded out. However, when he saw Zhuowen's face, he was immediately stunned, and his eyes were filled with doubt. Although, He didn't have much contact with the Demon Saint Palace. He knew that there were a total of 5 enforcers in the Demon Saint Palace, and he had seen all 5 of them before. However, he was certain that this unfamiliar young man before him was definitely not one of the 5 great protectors. "Who are you? How dare you impersonate a guardian of the Demon Saint Palace? Are you courting death?" The middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he stared coldly at Joan. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from the middle-aged man's body. The moment he felt this aura, Joan revealed a surprised expression. This middle-aged man was an early-stage, third blight cultivator. It seemed like this person was the sect leader of the Godpung sect. "Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid your news is outdated. I am Joan, a newly promoted guest protector of the Demon Saint Palace. This time, it was the great protector who sent me to the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company." Joan said with a faint smile, "Oh, a newly promoted foreign guardian?" The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with surprise, but he quickly reacted and laughed loudly. "So that's how it is. I was reckless just now. I hope Protector she won't take offense. A newly promoted protector of the Demon Saint Palace? How come I didn't know about it at all?" A cold and indifferent voice came from the Gold Silk Sect's territory. Joan looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that in the depths of the Gold Silk Sect's territory, a graceful young woman wearing a veil slowly walked out. This young woman's skin was extremely white, and her figure was even more voluptuous and seductive. Even with a veil, she still attracted the attention of most of the men present. This young woman must be a peerless beauty. What made Joan even more surprised was that this beautiful young woman's aura wasn't any weaker than the middle-aged man from the Godpung sect. In fact, it was even stronger. She was actually an expert in the middle stage of the third blight. "Looks like this young woman should be the sect master of the Gold Silk Sect," Joan thought to himself. "I'm indeed a foreign guardian of the Demon Saint Palace. If you don't believe me, you can go ask the Demon Saint Palace." Joan shrugged. "Ha! The Demon Saint Palace is indeed the #1 sect in the demon realm. Our people have such a huge incident in the Demon Saint Heavenly City, and they only started to take action now. Moreover, they only sent an insignificant foreign guardian. They really don't have any sincerity at all." The middle-aged man from the Godpung sect said coldly with an ugly expression. The young woman also shook her head and said, "You're only a foreign guardian. You don't have the qualifications to discuss with us. Now, only the great protector of the Demon Saint Palace or the God Horn Protector can have the qualifications to discuss with us." Joan smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, you're thinking too much. I'm here on the orders of the great protector. I'm not here to discuss with you, but to give you an imperial edict." As he said that, Joan took out the golden scroll that the great protector gave him and unfolded it, only to see the golden scroll shine with boundless golden light, filling the entire space. And the words inside were even more clearly visible, as if it was cast from gold. It was exceptionally dazzling. But after the people from the Golden Silk Divine Sect and Godpung Sect saw the contents of the Imperial Edict, they were all enraged. The Imperial Edict listed the crimes that the Golden Silk Divine Sect and Godpung Sect committed in the Demon Saint Heavenly City during this period of time. Furthermore, it asked the people from the Golden Silk Divine Sect and Godpung Sect to immediately scram out of the Demon Saint Heavenly City. After the Demon Saint came out of seclusion, he would naturally deal with their matters. Moreover, many words in the Imperial Edict expressed disdain and ridicule towards the Golden Silk Divine Sect and Godpung Sect. Joan naturally also saw the contents of the Imperial Edict and sighed softly in his heart. He knew that some of the contents in this Imperial Edict that drew hatred must have been added by the great protector himself. He was also very clear that once this Imperial Edict came out, it was useless even if he argued. The Golden Silk Divine Sect and Godpung Sect would definitely not be able to resist taking action against him. and he would clearly become the great protector's sacrifice. Good, good, good. Not only does your demon saint palace have no sincerity at all, you even look down on us? Since that's the case, our Godpung sect won't give your demon saint palace any face. This one is the sect master of the Godpung sect, Siongbwa. I would like to see how you, the so-called guest protector, who openly provoked our sect, fare. The middle-aged man, Siongbwa, was enraged. He coldly looked at Juowen and immediately attacked without holding back. Siongbwa's right hand formed into a claw and casually grabbed at Juowen. In his opinion, a mere guest protector of the Demon Saint Palace wouldn't be that strong. A first blight cultivation was already at the peak of the heavens. The beautiful woman was the sect master of the Golden Silk Divine Sect, Hongwan. At this moment, Hongwan's charming face was filled with thick frost. She was clearly enraged by the contents of the imperial edict. She coldly looked at Juowen and said to Siongbwa, Sect Master Si, after you capture this person, cripple his cultivation and break his limbs. Then come with me to the Demon Saint Palace to demand an explanation. Although our Golden Silk Divine Sect and Godpung sect aren't as strong as the Demon Saint Palace, we still have fourth blight experts. How can we be humiliated like this? Hongwan's voice was cold and carried an unquestionable majesty. She didn't doubt that Siongbwa wouldn't be able to capture Juowen. In her eyes, Juowen was an insignificant person. She only resented the Demon Saint Palace's attitude towards their two sections. Hee, that's natural. The Demon Saint Palace is looking down on us. If we can endure it, doesn't that mean our two sects are afraid of the Demon Saint Palace? You have to know that even the Demon Saint Palace only has 2 fourth blight experts. Even if we join forces, we still have 2. We don't fear the Demon Saint Palace at all. Chapter 3558. 30% strength. His actions were very casual, and it was obvious that he didn't put Juowen in his eyes. Juowen stood up straight and looked at Siongbwa's approaching hand. He sneered in his heart. Did Siongbwa really think that he was an ant that he could casually slap to death? Juowen slowly threw out a punch. It was very gentle, and there was a faint purple aura around it. Kacha! The moment the fist and palm collided, the crisp sound of bones cracking resounded through the entire space. Then, the smile on Siongbwa's face completely froze, and his entire face began to twitch. Hongwan was attracted by the sound of bones cracking, and she chuckled. Sect Master Si, this Juowen really can't take a single blow. He can't even take a single blow from you, and he still calls himself a guardian of the Demon Saint Palace. Since when did the guardians of the Demon Saint Palace become so weak? But soon, when Hongwan's gaze landed on Siongbwa and Juowen, she felt that something was wrong. She couldn't continue her words and forcefully swallowed them back. Juowen's face was calm while Siongbwa's face was distorted as if he was enduring great pain. Their fists and palms still collided and didn't separate, but everyone could clearly see that Siongbwa's right arm was irregularly twisted. Puchi! Puchi! Siongbwa screamed and retreated. With every step he took back, a cloud of blood would burst out from his body. Siongbwa kept retreating for dozens of steps before spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled, and under everyone's shocked gaze, he knelt on the ground. Whether it was the disciples of the Golden Silk sect or the Divine Pung sect, they were all petrified. They stood there in a daze and couldn't say a word. Siongbwa was the sect master of the Divine Pung sect and an expert at the early Third Blight. They thought that Siongbwa would be able to easily deal with the guest elder of the Demon Saint Palace. Who would have thought that Siongbwa would be defeated in a single blow? Moreover, he seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. The sect master of the Divine Pung sect is only at this level. Juowen shook his head and sighed in disappointment. However, when his sigh reached Siongbwa's ears, it caused him to be greatly provoked. He felt that he had been humiliated, and he was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He wanted to attack again, but he found that a mysterious power was surging in his body, destroying his meridians. Now he could only barely resist this mysterious power. How could he have the strength to fight again? You're also at the third blight? Hong Wan was also shocked, but she was not an ordinary person. She quickly regained her composure. When Zhuowen attacked, she clearly felt the aura around Zhuowen. It was the aura of an early-stage, third blight cultivator. What she found strange was that although Zhuowen was also at the early stage of the third blight, he was able to defeat Xiyang Bo in one move. This made her feel very strange. How did this child do it? Logically speaking, half-step heaven-shattering realm powerhouses of the same tier were generally evenly matched in strength. It was very difficult to be like Zhuowen, defeating his opponent in one move. Hong Wan's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the third blight, a small realm higher than Xiangbua, but she didn't think she could easily defeat Xiangbua in one move. Sect Master Hong Wan, be careful. This boy has a very strange power. Once this power enters your body, it will destroy your meridians and organs. It's impossible to guard against it. Xiangbua finally recovered a little. His face was slightly pale as he reminded Hong Wan in a deep voice. Hong Wan nodded and looked at Zhuowen seriously. No wonder you dared to come to our side alone. It turns out that you have a certain amount of strength to rely on. We underestimated you before. However, this is the end for you. You are at most at the early stage of the third blight. You might be able to defeat the careless Xiangbua by relying on external forces. But if you face me now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Hong Wan's aura became more and more terrifying. Her entire body surged with terrifying red ripples that spread through the stars. There was actually a burning sensation. Zhuowen's lips curled up, and he said with a faint smile, "You think I defeated Xiangbua by luck? Isn't that the case?" Hong Wan sneered. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "You are really ignorant. Just now, I only used 30% of my strength. This Xiangbua is really useless. He couldn't even take a punch with 30% of my strength. He is simply a waste. If I had used my full strength, he would have died on the spot." F***CK. Pay attention to your words. Who are you calling a waste? You just beat me by luck, and now you are pretending in front of me. You even said that you only used 30% of your strength. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Seeing Zhuowen calling him a waste, Xiangbua couldn't help but swear. Hong Wan also shook her head and sneered, "You are too pretentious. But it doesn't matter because you will be defeated by me next. At that time, you will experience the real gap between you and me." With that, Hong Wan made a move. Her crystal-clear, jade-like hand had already stretched out. Suddenly, the surrounding space was solidified by a blazing energy. This blazing energy was really surging, as if even the space was about to melt. Interesting. Zhuowen sneered. Hong Wan's strength was indeed much stronger than Xianggua's, but that was it. Zhuowen smashed out a punch, and the surrounding space that was sealed by the blazing energy collapsed with a loud bang. The blazing energy was also annihilated and dispersed. What? How did your strength increase again? Hong Wan was finally shocked when she saw Zhuowen break the space that she had sealed so easily. It's not that my strength has increased, but that I am only using 50% of my strength now. Zhuowen's leisurely voice was heard. Then, a terrifying fist suddenly appeared behind Hong Wan. Hong Wan was helpless. She could only turn around and raise both of her hands. The endless blazing energy formed a terrifying vortex in front of her body. However, Hong Wan was shocked to find that her defense was completely useless under Zhuowen's fist. The moment it came into contact with the fist, it completely collapsed. Puchi! Zhuowen's fist landed on Hong Wan's hands and directly broke her hands. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. She screamed and her legs couldn't support her, so she sat on the ground. What? Even Hong Wan was defeated in one move. This guy really only used 30% of his strength when he fought with me? Bo, who was originally recuperating at the side, saw that Hongwan was also defeated in one move. His eyes bulged out, and he only felt disbelief. In his heart, he was even more suspicious. Could it be that what this guy said before was true? That he only used 30% of his strength to defeat him? Thinking of this, Bo was simply in a mess. There was a strong sense of defeat in his heart. Sect leader Hongwan, now you realize the gap between you and me. Zhuowen landed on the ground and looked at Hongwan, who was sitting on the ground with a smile. Hongwan's pretty face turned green and white. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shame and anger. She said coldly, "You will regret it." Chapter 35:59. Hung Wuzhuwen silently watched as Hong Wan took out the jade talisman, but didn't stop her. He knew very well that Hong Wan took out the jade talisman to inform the old ancestor of Golden Silk Sect. His purpose for coming here was to meet the two early-stage Fourth Blight ancestors of the Golden Silk Sect and Divine Pung Sect to verify how powerful he was after advancing to the Fourth Blight. While Hong Wan took out the jade talisman, Bo bent down and secretly sent a message to the old ancestor of Divine Pung Sect. Zhuowen only sneered at Bo's little action and didn't stop him. At the same time, Zhuowen also noticed that there were terrifying array ripples in the surroundings. It was obvious that someone had activated the array that had been set up here. Moreover, this array was a half-step heaven-breaking death trap array. It was only a beginner half-step heaven-breaking death trap array. Zhuowen could easily break such a death trap array. Zhuowen, you're finished. Our old ancestor of Golden Silk Sect is about to come out. That will be the time of your death. Hong Wan stood up with difficulty. Her injured arms were gradually recovering, and her flesh was wriggling. She looked at Zhuowen fiercely, as though she was looking at a dead person. Hong Wan was very confident in the old ancestor of Golden Silk Sect. He was a Fourth Blight expert and was much stronger than her. In her opinion, Zhuowen was only at the Third Blight, and the gap between him and a Fourth Blight expert was huge. He couldn't possibly be a match for a Fourth Blight expert. Did I allow you to stand up? Zhuowen looked at Hong Wan, who stood up again. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Hong Wan's snow-white neck before slamming her to the ground. Hong Wan couldn't resist Zhuowen's hand and was thrown to the ground like trash. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her delicate body trembled violently. She didn't dare to get up. Bo, who wanted to stand up with Hong Wan, knelt on the ground again when he saw Hong Wan's miserable state. He looked at Zhuowen in horror. Many disciples of Golden Silk Sect and Divine Pung Sect were trembling with fear. They looked at Zhuowen with fear and retreated far away. They didn't dare to get close to Zhuowen. This ruthless person could easily defeat Bo and Hong Wan, two sect master-level experts. If they went up against him, wouldn't they be courting death? Zhuowen, you are so ruthless. The old ancestor is coming soon. She will avenge me. Hong Wan was about to go crazy. She did not expect that Zhuowen would not have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. In any case, she was a great beauty. Yet she was treated so rudely by this person. She was about to go crazy, and her face was full of shame and anger. Zhuowen couldn't be bothered with Hong Wan. His gaze landed on the depths of Golden Silk Divine Sect as he smirked. He felt an extremely powerful aura surging from the depths and instantly appeared in front of him. It was an old woman in a long robe. Her face was filled with traces of the vicissitudes of life. But from the contours of her face, it could be seen that this old woman must have been a great beauty when she was young. The moment the old woman appeared, the disciples of Golden Silk Sect all bowed respectfully. The old woman swept her gaze around and saw Hong Wan on the ground. She was so severely injured that she couldn't get up. Her eyes were surging with anger. You are the protector sent by Demon Saint Palace? Is everyone from the Demon Saint Palace so rude? You have just arrived and you are already getting physical. Are you not putting our golden silk sect in your eyes? The old woman's eyes were cold. Zhuowen knew that the old woman in front of him should be the old ancestor of golden silk sect. He could feel the faint, powerful aura emitting from the old woman. This old woman was definitely a terrifying expert that was much stronger than Hongwan. Zhuowen knew that this old woman must be a fourth blight expert. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a terrifying aura. Haha, Demon Saint Palace is too arrogant. They actually sent an ordinary protector and want to send us away? They are really looking down on us. Not long after the old woman finished speaking, a lazy and immature voice slowly sounded. A golden light swept over from the depths of God Peng Sek's territory. When the golden light faded away, a child who looked like a porcelain doll was revealed. Patriarch, you're finally here. This Zhuowen is a guest Dharma protector of the Demon Sage Palace. With just a little bit of strength, he dares to act so arrogantly. He even threatened to wipe out our base of operations and told us to get out of Demon Sage, Heavenly City. When Si Yongbua saw the child, he sighed in his heart. He quickly stood up and walked to the child's side. He pointed at Zhuowen and accused him with righteous indignation. Trash! You can't even deal with a guest protector of Demon Saint Palace. You are really a good-for-nothing sect master. The child said coldly. Si Yongbua was submissive and didn't dare to refute the child. Fellow Daoist Xianya, this child first offended my God Peng Sek's territory, so this time I will take care of him. You don't have to worry about it. The child cupped his hands at the old woman and said indifferently. The old woman, called Xian, had a calm expression and shook her head. Fellow Daoist Hongwu, your words are wrong. This person injured my Hongwan to this extent. How can I not take revenge? Leave it to me to teach this person a lesson. Fellow Daoist Hong, Wu can just watch. AI, this won't do. How can I trouble fellow Daoist Xianya with such a small matter? Or should I do it? Hong Wu waved his hand. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhuowen. You guys are pushing back and forth like this. How long are you going to push back? If you want to attack, then attack together. Why push back and forth? Zhuowen said calmly. Both Hongwu and Xian were stunned. Their gazes landed on Zhuowen in unison, even suspecting that there was something wrong with their ears. This guy actually wanted the two of them to join forces. This guy was thinking too highly of himself, right? The two of them were at any rate the old ancestors of a sect. Their status was incomparably noble, and their strength could cover the sky with one hand. Any one of them casually taking action was already giving this boy a lot of face. This boy was still unforgiving and wanted them to join forces. Was he looking down on them? What an arrogant brat. You're merely a mere third blight cultivation, and you actually want the two of us to join forces? Really don't know life from death. Hong Wu said with a disdainful sneer. Really wishy-washy. Since you guys aren't making a move, then I'll do it. Zhuowen said impatiently. Taking a step out, he headed straight for Hong Wu. Purple light suffused around his body, mysterious and powerful. Courting death. Hong Wu was furious. He was actually being looked down upon by a mere third blight cultivator. This was simply a great humiliation to him. He wanted to crush this third blight and alive. Hong Wu's entire body shone with golden light. In the void behind him, a giant golden-winged rock appeared. Xian, you didn't attack. She had her own pride. She wasn't going to join forces with Hong Wu to deal with a third blight cultivator. Boom! The two instantly collided. Purple light and golden light exploded, forming a terrifying energy storm. This energy storm instantly spread out. The trap and kill array that originally enveloped the territory trembled violently the moment it was bombarded by the energy storm, as if it was about to collapse at any time. In just an instant, Zhuowen and Hong Wu had exchanged dozens of blows. Every collision caused extremely terrifying energy ripples to erupt. The more Hung Wu fought, the more shocked he became. The moment he exchanged blows with Zhuowen, he already knew that this guy's cultivation was only at the early stage of the third blight. Chapter 3560. Shock he couldn't take down this child in a short period of time, and the two were evenly matched. This made Hung Wu feel incredulous. Since when did an early stage, third blight, cultivator have such terrifying strength? This didn't make sense. Xianya, who was originally calm, became serious when she saw the battle between Zhuowen and Hung Wu. She even revealed a look of shock. She could also see that Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the early stage of the third heaven's blight, but he could match Hung Wu, who was at the early stage of the fourth heaven's blight. Just where did this guy come from? How could he be so abnormal? Not only Xianya, even Hongwan and Xiang Bo, who were originally unconvinced, were completely dumbfounded. This battle had completely shattered their worldview. A third blight cultivator was actually able to fight a fourth blight cultivator. After all, the difference between the two was too great. How did Zhuowen do it? Compared to the shock of Hung Wu and the others, Zhuowen was extremely excited. He had only used 80% of his strength in his battle with Hung Wu, but this 80% was able to fight evenly with an early stage, fourth blight cultivator. If he used his full strength, he could easily defeat Hung Wu. He finally realized how terrifying his potential was. He was only at the early stage of the third blight, and he already had such terrifying battle strength. And this was only the grand mist chant that he had created himself. If he cultivated the real primordial chaos chant in the future, his battle power would be even more terrifying. Zhuowen didn't plan on immediately defeating Hung Wu. He had just broken through and needed to properly comprehend the benefits his new realm brought him. Therefore, he planned on using this battle with Hung Wu to completely consolidate his new realm. If possible, he could even comprehend his new realm. Damn it! Die for me! Hung Wu saw that his attacks weren't successful and became angry. He was a fourth blight cultivator, but he couldn't even take down a third blight cultivator. This was a great humiliation to him, so he began to use his final ace. Hung Wu took out a golden rock claw. The surface of this rock claw was surging with an extremely mysterious and terrifying aura. This is the golden claw of a real golden-winged rock. I didn't think that Hung Wu would even use this. This Zhuowen is dead for sure. When Xianya saw Hung Wu's golden claw, her expression turned solemn. She was very clear about the power of the golden-winged rock's golden claws. It was said that back then, Hung Wu relied on the golden claw of the golden-winged rock to kill an early-stage fourth blight cultivator with peak third blight strength. Now that Hung Wu's cultivation was a level higher, he was able to unleash an even more terrifying power of this golden claw. No matter how strong this Zhuowen was, it was likely hard to withstand the power of this golden claw too. Boom! Hung Wu spat out a mouthful of essence blood and sprinkled it on the surface of the golden claw. Immediately, the golden claw erupted with a terrifying golden light. It was like 1,000 rays of light that spread outwards. It was exceptionally terrifying. Subsequently, the golden claw turned into a ray of golden light that instantly shot out from Hung Wu's hand and charged towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen felt a sense of danger. He knew that Hung Wu's golden claw wasn't ordinary at all. Its power was absolutely terrifying. Zhuowen didn't dare to be careless. He circulated the primordial chant with all his might. His entire body surged with purple light, illuminating the entire space in a mysterious purple color. Then, within the boundless purple light, Zhuowen took a step forward. His right fist was propelled by his body as he violently punched out. He didn't hold back this time. He used 100% of his strength in this punch. Boom! When Zhuowen's fist collided with the golden claw, he immediately discovered that this golden claw was extremely difficult to deal with. It was actually constantly destroying his terrifying fist aura. However, Zhuowen's shattered divine force was clearly a level higher. He was able to resist the golden claw's corrosion. Pucci! Zhuowen's right fist exploded. Zhuowen's golden claw's surface also dimmed. Then Zhuowen forcefully imprisoned the golden claw and unceremoniously threw it into the great world. What? You took away my golden claw. Hung Wu saw with his own eyes that Zhuowen had taken away the golden claw. He was simply dumbfounded. He originally thought that Zhuowen was dead for sure once he used the golden claw. He didn't expect that it would only injure Zhuowen's fist. Moreover, the golden claw was forcefully taken away by the latter. Your golden claw's power isn't bad. I'll gladly accept it. Zhuowen's tone was calm. He took another step forward and charged towards Hung Wu. As for his shattered right fist, it was rapidly recovering. Before he reached Hung Wu, it had already completely healed. Hung Wu had long since panicked. He was truly shocked by Zhuowen. At this moment, he had also lost the will to fight in his heart. Pucci! Zhuowen's punch caused Hung Wu to spit out blood and retreat. Then he followed closely behind and began to suppress Hung Wu. At this moment, Zhuowen didn't hold back at all. He used 100% of his strength. Without the golden claw, Hung Wu wasn't Zhuowen's opponent at all. Looking at how Zhuowen was suppressing Hung Wu, who seemed to be in a very difficult situation, everyone from the Golden Silk Sect and Divine Peng Sect were collectively stunned. What was going on? Hung Wu was the old ancestor of the Divine Peng Sect and an early Fourth Blight expert. Now he was being beaten back like a stray dog. Pucci! Zhuowen punched out one last time, landing on Hung Wu's chest. The powerful, godly shattering power exploded out, causing Hung Wu to scream miserably. His body exploded into a bloody mist, and then he fell from the sky in a sorry state, smashing onto the ground. His entire body twitched, and he almost fainted. F***CK. What's the origin of this guy? Even the old ancestor lost? Xian Bo was so frightened that he knelt on the ground again. His body trembled. Even his old ancestor lost to this person. At this moment, his face was ashen. Let's go. When Xianya saw that Hung Wu was defeated, her pupils shrank into needles. She didn't hesitate to grab the dazed Hong Wan on the ground and immediately fled out of the territory. Do you think you can escape? Zhuowen landed on the ground and ignored the unconscious Hung Wu. He took out an array flag and threw it out. Instantly, the territory of the Golden Silk Sect and Divine Peng Sect was enveloped by a powerful trap array. Xianya, who was originally escaping, was immediately blocked by the trap array and retreated. A high-grade, half-step heaven-breaking trap array? You're also a half-step heaven-breaking array master? After being blocked, Xianya abruptly turned around and looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. Hee, you have the advantage in numbers while I'm alone. I came alone, so I naturally came prepared. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. Zhuowen said indifferently. His words were immediately criticized by everyone present. You're so strong. Even if someone came alone, they wouldn't be your match. Didn't you see how badly Hung Wu, the old ancestor of the Divine Peng Sect, was beaten by you? Hong Wan looked at Zhuowen in a daze. She suddenly felt regret. She shouldn't have provoked this person. If she knew that this person was so strong, she wouldn't have come out even if she was beaten to death. Chapter 3561. Intimidating fellow Taoist Zhuo. Everything just now was a misunderstanding. I apologize for my rudeness just now. Please don't take it to heart. Xianya was a decisive person. She could tell that the trap formation around them was a high-grade, half-step, heaven-breaker trap formation. With her strength, it would be impossible for her to break through it in a short time. Coupled with Zhuowen, who was glaring at her like a tiger watching its prey, she couldn't escape at all. Moreover, she was very clear about her own strength. Although she was stronger than Hung Wu, her strength was limited, only at the early stage of the Fourth Blight. Since Zhuowen could deal with Hongwu so cleanly, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat her as well. Therefore, she put down her pride and took the initiative to apologize. AI. Fellow Taoist Xian is too polite. This Zhua didn't come here to cause trouble. It's just that some people were too arrogant and took the initiative to attack. Just now, this Zhua was only defending himself. Fellow Taoist Xianya, although it was a misunderstanding, this misunderstanding caused me to lose a lot. This is really a bit distressing. Zhuowen stopped here and looked at Xianya with a smile. Xianya's face sank. She knew that Zhuowen was openly asking for benefits. However, there was nothing she could do. After all, they were the ones who attacked first and were in the wrong. Coupled with Zhuowen's strength, she really didn't dare to refute. With that in mind, Xianya sighed and took out a stalk of divine herb from her spirit ring. She handed it to Zhuowen and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhua." Xianya was too rash earlier and failed to recognize Mount Tai. This is flowing eye crystal ice, a half-step heaven breaker divine herb. Take it as an apology for the misunderstanding just now. When she took out the flowing eye crystal ice, Xianya felt extremely pained. This was a half-step heaven breaker divine herb, and she didn't have many of them herself. The value of each one was immeasurable. Zhuowen's eyes lit up, and he took the flowing eye crystal ice without hesitation and said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Xianya, this Zhua won't be polite." Xianya's forehead was filled with black lines as she watched Zhuowen eagerly put away the flowing eye crystal ice. She couldn't help cursing in her heart. You didn't plan on being polite at all. After putting away the flowing eye crystal ice, Zhuowen's eyes fell on Hongwu, who was not far away. He took a step forward and gave Hongwu a kick without hesitation. You! The originally unconscious Hongwu was directly kicked awake. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze furiously looking at Zhuowen. "What about you? You're done playing dead over there. Now, it's time to talk about the compensation for my mental trauma," Zhuowen said calmly. Hongwu's eyes were filled with humiliation and helplessness. Who asked him to be inferior? Now that he had fallen into Zhuowen's hands, he had no choice but to look up to Zhuowen. He knew very well that, if he resisted to the end, it was very likely that Zhuowen would act decisively and completely annihilate him. This immortal place flower is also a half-step heaven-breaching, grade divine herb. Take it, it's enough to compensate for your mental trauma. Hong Wu took out a divine flower exuding a multicolored glow and tossed it to Zhuowen with a pained expression. Zhuowen unceremoniously put away the immortal place flower and said with a smile, "How can a half-step heaven-breaching, grade, divine herb be enough? No matter what, you need at least 3. My mental trauma isn't that cheap. Don't go too far. That Xian, you only took out a half-step heaven-breaching, grade divine herb, and you actually want 3? Why don't you just rob me?" Hong Wu said furiously. "Pa." Unfortunately, as soon as Hong Wu finished speaking, he was met with a solid palm strike that ruthlessly knocked him to the ground. "Fellow Taoist Xian, you didn't expect to make a move. She was only watching from the side. And you wanted to kill me. I'm already letting you off easy by not killing you. If you don't want to accept it, fine, I'll kill you right now and take your spirit ring. Then your things will be mine," Zhuowen said murderously. Hong Wu's heart trembled, but he didn't say a word and quickly took out 2 more half-step heaven-breaching, grade divine herbs. Seeing Zhuowen swiftly put away the 2 half-step heaven-breaching, grade divine herbs, Hong Wu's heart was bleeding. He glared fiercely at the petrified Siyang-bo not far away. If it weren't for this bastard hurriedly calling him out, he wouldn't have suffered such humiliation, nor would he have suffered such a great loss. Siyang-bo felt the old ancestor's unfriendly gaze and trembled in fear, but his heart was filled with endless regret. He really regretted provoking this Zhuowen. Who would have thought that a mere guest elder of the Demon Saint Palace would be so powerful? This was simply unbelievable. Today, I am here on the orders of the great guardian of the Demon Saint Palace to issue this edict. I hope you can temporarily withdraw from the Demon Saint Heavenly City. Do you have any objections? Zhuo took out the imperial edict. The golden words on the imperial edict emitted a resplendent golden light. He looked at everyone from Golden Silk Divine Sect and Godpung Sect. Everyone who caught his gaze subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look at Zhuo. This was an expert more terrifying than their old ancestor. How could they dare to look directly at him? Xianya sighed and cupped her fists at Zhuo. Since fellow Taoist Zhuo has spoken, my Golden Silk Sect will definitely not have any objections. Within 3 days, my Golden Silk Sect will definitely withdraw from the Demon Saint Heavenly City. Hung Wu wasn't willing to be outdone. He quickly added, my Godpung Sect too. All right, I will wait here for 3 days. After you have completely withdrawn from the Demon Saint Heavenly City, I will return to the Demon Saint Palace. Zhuo said, then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Xianya and Hung Wu quickly ordered Hongwan and Xiyang Bo to arrange for people to evacuate this temporary cave dwelling from the Demon Saint Heavenly City. Then Xianya and Hung Wu quickly came to Zhuo's side. Fellow Taoist Zhuo, are you really a guest guardian of the Demon Saint Palace? Xianya asked cautiously. Hung Wu's face was pale. He was beaten up badly by Zhuo and his injuries were quite severe. He still didn't dare to go back to treat his injuries. So he stayed on the side and carefully watched Zhuo, afraid that he would do something wrong and provoke Zhuo to attack him again. Do I need to lie to you? Zhuo said indifferently. Xianya smiled embarrassedly. Xianya isn't making wild guesses, but with fellow Taoist Zhuo's strength, even the Grand Guardian of the Demon Saint Palace is no match for you. Yet the Demon Saint Palace only gave you an idle position like a guest guardian, and even issued an edict for you to come personally. Isn't this a little too disrespectful to you? Fellow Taoist Xianya is right. With fellow Taoist Zhuo's strength, you should be the Grand Guardian of the Demon Saint Palace. That son Hongru doesn't have the qualifications to sit in the Grand Guardian's position. He should give it to fellow Taoist Zhuo. Hung Wu quickly agreed. Zhuo knew that the son Hongru Hung Wu mentioned was the name of the Grand Guardian of the Demon Saint Palace. Hearing the two's flattery and instigation, Zhuo shook his head and said, I'm not interested in the Grand Guardian's position. The reason I entered the Demon Saint Palace is to find a person. Once I find the person I'm looking for, I will leave the Demon Saint Palace. Hung Wu and Xianya looked at each other. They didn't expect that an expert like Zhuo would willingly come to the Demon Saint Palace as a guest guardian for a single person. Just who was it that had such charisma to make such a powerhouse willingly wait in the Demon Saint Palace? Chapter 3562. Scapegoat. These 2 9 cauldron chi gathering pills are quite beneficial to your cultivation. I took the liberty to ask you to leave this time. So take these 2 divine pills as compensation for your service. Zhuo took out 2 shining divine pills and handed them to Xianya and Hung Wu. What? 9 cauldron chi gathering pills? These are the best divine pills for 4th blight cultivators. Fellow Taoist Zhuo, these divine pills are so precious. Are you really giving them to us? Xianya's hands trembled as she received the divine pills. She was too excited. She had just broken through to 4th blight not long ago and hadn't completely stabilized her cultivation. These 9 cauldron chi gathering pills were simply timely rain for her. Hung Wu's reaction was far worse than hers. He trembled all over and even knelt down to express his gratitude to Zhuo. Fellow Taoist Zhuo, I, Xianya, will never forget today's kindness. Xianya wasn't to be outdone when she saw Hung Wu kneeling down to express his gratitude to Zhuo. Zhuo waved his hand and said indifferently, I don't like to owe others. I forced you to leave on your own accord. So these 2 divine pills are just compensation. Zhuo was now a half-step heaven-breaking. grade pill refiner. These 2-9-cauldron qi-gathering rejuvenation pills were extremely precious to Hongwu and Xianya, but to Zhuowen they were nothing more than ordinary pills. He could easily refine them with 100% success rate, and the divine pills he refined were of unique grade. After Hongwu and Xianya expressed their gratitude to Zhuowen, they couldn't wait to enter their cave abodes in the depths of their territory. They planned to use the 9-cauldron qi-gathering pills to completely stabilize their cultivation. 3 days later, the Golden Silk Sect and Divine Pung Sect were ready to leave. Xianya and Hongwu led the cultivators of the two sects and left Demon Divine City in a grandiose manner. Zhuowen stood in the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company and silently watched the disciples of the two sects leave. He knew that Golden Silk Sect and Divine Pung Sect were only leaving temporarily. Their sects had lost a peak third blight cultivator each. This loss was too great, and they would definitely demand an explanation from Demon Divine Palace. In the future, these two sects would definitely make a comeback. By then, he wouldn't be in Demon Divine Palace anymore. In Demon Divine City, many Yao cultivators were surprised to find that the disciples of Golden Silk Sect and Divine Pung Sect who had been staying in Demon Divine City had left one after another. Although most didn't know what was going on, they still cheered and celebrated. While Golden Silk Sect and Divine Pung Sect were in Demon Divine, Heavenly City, most of the demon cultivators were scared witless and under great pressure. Now that the two sects had left the Demon Divine Sky City, many cultivators heaved a sigh of relief and no longer felt the pressure. After watching the cultivators of the two sects leave, Zhuowen returned to the Demon Saint Palace. Within the Guardian Hall of the Demon Saint Palace, Chief Guardian Sun Hongru was pacing back and forth, his brows tightly knitted. "It's been so many days." "Son," Hongru muttered to himself. He had a bad premonition. These few days he had been sending messages to Su Yuan. However, these messages were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no reply at all. This made Sun Hongru worried that Su Yuan might have met with an accident. Thinking of this, Sun Hongru's heart sank. He knew that if something really happened to Su Yuan, the responsibility would all fall on him. Once Demon Divine Pung Sect came out of seclusion, he would definitely look for Su Yuan. If he couldn't find Su Yuan, he would definitely blame it on him. Demon Divine Pung Sect's blame was secondary. Su Yuan was an important guest from the Upper Realm. If something happened to such an important guest, and the Upper Realm experts pursued the responsibility, he would definitely be finished. Suddenly, a Yao cultivator rushed in from outside the Divine Pung Sect. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Sun Hongru was already in a bad mood. Now that he saw the Yao cultivator barging in without his permission, Sun Hongru roared in anger. The Yao cultivator was clearly frightened by Sun Hongru. He said submissively, "Great Guardian, that Guardian Zhuo is back." He said that he already brought Great Guardian's message to Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect. He also said that the two sects have already left Demon Divine, Heavenly City. What? This Zhuowen actually didn't die? Sun Hongru was stunned. He ignored the Yao cultivator and walked out of the hall. At the entrance of the Divine Pung Sect, Zhuowen was dressed in a black robe. He stood tall with a calm expression. "Great Guardian." Zhuowen cupped his hands in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "You brought my message to Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect?" Sun Hongru regained his composure and asked coldly. "Yes, I successfully brought the message to them. Moreover, they were very straightforward. They kept the message and left Demon Divine, Heavenly City." Zhuowen smiled faintly. "And how is that possible? Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect have been in Demon Divine, Heavenly City for so many days. If they were so easy to talk to, they wouldn't have destroyed the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company and stayed in Demon Divine, Heavenly City for so long. Guardian Zhuo, are you fabricating the truth?" "In reality, You didn't even bring the edict? Son, Hongru looked at Zhuowen suspiciously. Zhuowen sneered in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. I don't dare to disobey Great Guardian's orders. If Great Guardian doesn't believe me, you can send people to the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company to take a look. The Great Guardian took a deep look at Zhuowen and sent out a message. Soon, his jade talisman received the message. After reading the message, his eyes were filled with shock. He sized up Zhuowen seriously and said in a deep voice, Guardian Zhuo, how did you do it? At this moment, Great Guardian was truly shocked. According to his spies, Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect really left Demon Divine Heavenly City. He found it hard to believe. Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect's old ancestors were early-stage Fourth Blight experts. How could they be so obedient? The two of them didn't kill this Zhuowen. Even if their tempers were good, why would they obediently leave Demon Divine Heavenly City? Haha, Great Guardian, this isn't my credit. It's all because of your power. After I went to issue the edict, Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect heard that it was Great Guardian's order. They were all scared to death and obediently packed up and left Demon Divine Heavenly City. Zhuowen said indifferently, So simple? Great Guardian found it hard to believe. What else? If Great Guardian doesn't have any other matters, I'll take my leave first. Zhuowen said and left the Guardian Hall without waiting for Great Guardian's reply. He didn't have any good impression of Great Guardian and didn't plan on staying here for long. He didn't want to waste time talking to him. Great Guardian looked at Zhuowen's departing figure, and his face turned green and white. But soon, he recovered his calm and his eyes surged with light. Chapter 3563. When Zhuowen had just returned to Area D, he saw the God Horn Protector hurrying over and blocking his path. Godly Horn looked at Zhuowen with a doubtful look, then asked, Protector Zhuo, you're back? Didn't you go to the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company to issue the Great Guardian's edict? Zhuowen looked at the Divine Horn Guardian indifferently and said, I just came back from the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company. I've already settled the issue of the edict. Ah, you've settled it? The Golden Silk Sect and the Divine Pink Sect didn't make things difficult for you? The Divine Horn Guardian asked in surprise, as if he didn't see the indifference on Zhuowen's face. Haha, I have no enmity with the Golden Silk Sect and the Divine Pung Sect. Why would they make things difficult for me? Zhuowen shook his head and continued, I followed the Great Guardian's instructions and went to the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company to issue the edict. When the cultivators of the Golden Silk Sect and the Divine Pung Sect heard that it was the Great Guardian's edict, they all agreed and left the demon Divine Sky City. The Divine Horn Guardian was stunned and asked, It's that simple. It's that simple. That's why everything went so smoothly for me this time. It's all thanks to the Great Guardian's reputation. Divine Horn Guardian, if there's nothing else, I'll return to my cave abode first. I still have some important matters to settle, Zhuowen said with a smile. The Divine Horn Guardian came back to his senses and looked at Zhuowen's indifferent attitude. He said awkwardly, There's nothing else. Weren't you asking about the Saintess? Yesterday, the Saintess's closest maidservant returned to the Demon Divine Palace first. She brought news that the Saintess will return within a month. Brother Zhuo, I saw that you were so concerned about the Saintess, so I helped you pay attention. Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he heard that the Saintess of the Demon Region would return within a month. He cupped his hands and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, Divine Horn Guardian. What's our relationship? You don't have to be so polite. The Divine Horn Guardian laughed heartily and continued, Brother, since you have matters to attend to, you can return to your cave abode first. If there's anything, just send me a message. I'll definitely be there as soon as possible. Zhuowen smiled faintly. After cupping his hands in farewell, he returned to Area D. Looking at Zhuowen's receding figure, the smile on the divine horn protector's face disappeared completely, replaced by a frosty expression. He knew very well that his previous inaction had already caused Zhuowen to hold a grudge against him, and cracks had already appeared in their relationship. Originally, he believed that Zhuowen was targeted by the Great Guardian and was sent to issue the unreasonable edict to Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect. This would definitely infuriate Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect. At that time, Zhuowen would definitely not be able to survive. But now, not only did Zhuowen appear in front of him alive, but he also found out that the people of Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect had already left the demon Divine Sky City, one after another. This was too unbelievable. He didn't believe that Zhuowen said that it was because of the Great Guardian's edict that Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect retreated so obediently. If that was the case, then the Great Guardian's power could really intimidate the two old ancestors of Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect. These two sects wouldn't have barged into Demon Divine Sky City and committed crimes. Then, the reason why the two sects retreated from Demon Divine Sky City was not because of the Great Guardian, but because of Zhuowen. However, the Divine Horn Protector found it inconceivable that Zhuowen had arrived. Moreover, this child was unharmed. Could it be that the two old ancestors of Golden Silk Sect and God Pung Sect were incompetent and were intimidated by this person? This Zhuowen is not simple. The Divine Horn Protector was filled with fear towards Zhuowen. At the same time, he sighed. He knew that his previous actions in front of the Great Guardian had disappointed Zhuowen. There were cracks in their relationship. However, the Divine Horn Protector wasn't worried. He knew that as long as Zhuowen was still in Demon Divine Palace, they would have a common enemy, which was the Great Guardian. Even if Zhuowen was very dissatisfied with his previous actions, he would not rely on the Great Guardian's side. They were grasshoppers standing on the same rope. After returning to the cave residence, Zhuowen gently shook his head. He was completely disappointed with the Divine Horn Protector. He thought that the Divine Horn Protector was a sincere person, but now he knew that this person was actually a hypocrite. After lamenting for a while, Zhuowen didn't take it to heart. He didn't join Demon Divine Palace for long-term development, but for Mu Qinxue. Once he found Mu Qinxue, he would immediately leave Demon Divine Palace. He really didn't care about the Divine Horn Protector's thoughts. Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the futon and immediately grabbed a glowing divine soul from the outside world. This divine soul had the appearance of a young man. At this moment, his divine soul was dim and weak. It was obvious that his divine soul had suffered serious injuries. The moment the young man's soul saw Zhuowen, his entire body trembled, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. "Fellow Taoist, I was possessed and wanted to escape. I ruined our cooperation, but I won't do it now. I am willing to swear on my inner demon that I won't do anything strange in the future. If I ruin our cooperation, I'll die without a burial place." This young man was naturally Su Yuan from Huxley's 100 Domains. At this moment, Su Yuan was in an extremely difficult situation. His divine soul was seriously damaged and very dim, as if it would disappear at any time. He looked hopefully at Zhuowen and swore a heavy oath, hoping to change Zhuowen's mind and cooperate with him again. "Su Yuan, your life is now in my hands. Do you think there's still a need for me to cooperate with you?" Zhuowen sneered. Su Yuan's face froze, and he said in a deep voice, "Tao friend, after all, I'm Huxley's man. If I'm killed, my young master will know immediately. You're completely falling out with Huxley. Although your Xuanong clan is ranked higher than Huxley, it's not much higher. If you provoke Huxley's anger because of this, it's not a wise choice." Zhuowen said indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Hearing this, Su Yuan was relieved and his tone eased a lot. "Tao friend, you're a smart person. Killing me won't do you any good. As long as you don't kill me, I'll agree to any conditions." Zhuowen nodded and continued, "You just mentioned your young master. Who is he? Tell me about him." Su Yuan sighed. My young master is one of Huxley's many direct descendants. In the Huxley realm, he's a genius with amazing talent. This unremarkable starry sky fruit was discovered by my young master. He secretly sent me down to carry out a mission. What's the cultivation of your young master? Will he descend to this lower realm? Zhuowen asked. Chapter 3564. Su Yuan looked at Zhuowen with a strange gaze and said, Fellow Taoist, you're joking with me, right? If my young master could descend to the lower realm, why would he send me down? Didn't your master not descend, and only sent you down to be the vanguard? The lower realm starry sky is a low-level starry sky after all. Whether it's energy or laws, they're all incomplete and far from being comparable to the 100 outer realms. Breaking heaven tier elites are too strong, and it's very difficult for them to descend to the lower realms' starry sky. Otherwise, they'll be firmly suppressed by the laws of the ancient primordial tree and may even die, unless they have a powerful treasure that can suppress cultivation. But this kind of treasure is really too precious. Although my young master has it, he's still reluctant to use it. Besides this, it's self-severing cultivation. This kind of drawback is too great, and very few people will use this method. Besides these two methods, it's sending cultivators below breaking heaven tier to scout the way. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he recalled Bing Hui, who had descended to this starry sky. At that time, Bing Hui had said that he was a breaking heaven tier cultivator, but in order to descend to this lower realm's starry sky, he'd probably severed his cultivation. One had to say that the foreign ghost tribe attached great importance to the naughty Shiva. They actually made a breaking heaven tier cultivator sever his cultivation and personally come down to escort Sakyamuni. Now, tell me about that primitive providence, Zhuowen said calmly. Don't you know about primitive providence? You're still asking me? Su Yuan said solemnly. I know part of it, but the person who sent me down didn't say in detail, and only told me to come and find it. Now, I want to understand more detailed information about primitive providence, Zhuowen said with a cold gaze, although Su Yuan was full of doubts. Now that his life was in the other party's hands, he really didn't dare to refute. Next, Su Yuan began to narrate about primitive providence, and Zhuowen became more and more shocked as he listened, and his expression became more and more gloomy and unsightly. Providence was a relatively illusory concept that couldn't be seen or touched, but to cultivators, it was extremely important. Any cultivator with great providence would often obtain great opportunities and cultivate extremely quickly, and their future achievements would be extremely extraordinary. From this, it could be seen how important providence was to cultivators. Cultivators had providence, and the starry sky also had providence. The providence was bestowed by the primordial tree at the beginning of its birth, and was called primitive providence. Primitive providence was the best cultivation panacea for the experts of the 100 outer realms. As long as one absorbed the providence of the starry sky, they would have many breakthroughs, would have many bottlenecks. This kind of thing was a supreme treasure that could only be found by chance in the 100 domains. Actually, every starry sky fruit, starry sky, the primitive providence, but there were primitive providence. However, there was a limit to the starry skies that could truly extract the primordial karmic luck, and it had to be a starry sky that had never given birth to a heaven-shattering realm elite. Once a heaven-breaker cultivator appeared in the lower realm's starry sky, the primeval karmic luck contained in the lower realm's starry sky would dissipate and be reabsorbed by the primordial tree when the heaven-breaker cultivator tore open the shackles of the starry sky. On the primordial Hongming tree, although there were many starry sky fruits, most of them had produced heaven-breaker realm masters. Starry skies like the one Zhuowen was in, which had yet to produce a heaven-breaker realm master, were extremely rare. Moreover, there were too many starry sky fruits. Wanting to find a newly born starry sky, fruit among so many was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. The young master behind Su Yuan was also lucky to have accidentally found the location of the starry sky. After listening to Su Yuan's explanation, he finally understood what primitive providence was. What will happen to this starry sky after the primitive providence is taken away? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Haha, if the primitive providence of the starry sky is lost to the primordial tree because of a providence realm expert, then it's nothing. The starry sky can still exist for 100 eras before being destroyed. But if it's forcefully taken away, then it's different. The starry sky will collapse in advance, and the whole starry sky fruit will be destroyed. The scene of a starry sky fruit collapsing is very spectacular. That's what I like to see the most. Su Yuan said indifferently. Zhuowen's expression darkened. He didn't think that there would be such serious consequences after the primitive providence was taken away. Your young master sent you down to investigate the whereabouts of the primitive providence, right? You already have a clue? Zhuowen calmed down. He knew that it was useless for him to be anxious now. He had to find a corresponding countermeasure. The primitive providence was related to the survival of this starry sky. Zhuowen couldn't easily let Su Yuan and the young master behind her take it away. Su Yuan nodded and said, "At present there are some clues. However, I only know some general information. Moreover, I acted according to my young master's instructions for most things. The key information is actually still in my young master's hands." Zhuowen suddenly asked, "Aside from the demon realm, there are also the Xianmi heavenly realm and the primitive, desolate heavenly realm in this starry sky. Why did you come to the demon realm?" When he first saw this Su Yuan with the chief protector, he already suspected whether this demon saint palace was colluding with Su Yuan. "It was my young master who asked me to come to the demon realm to cooperate with someone called the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. My young master said that the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi is one of the oldest creatures in this starry sky and knows many secrets of this starry sky. As long as I explain the primitive providence to the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi and describe the benefits of the primitive providence, the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi will definitely be moved. Fellow Taoist, as long as you cooperate with me and follow the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi to find the primitive providence, the two of us can also share a share. The primitive providence can be said to be of great benefit to us." Speaking of this, Su Yuan looked hopefully at Zhuowen. He felt that Zhuowen would definitely be moved. "I am very interested in the primitive providence. However, I don't trust you that much. How about this? You leave your soul imprint with me. As long as I find the primitive providence, I will return it to you." Zhuowen said indifferently. Su Yuan's expression changed slightly. If he gave away his soul imprint, wouldn't he indirectly become Zhuowen's servant? And his life and death would be completely under Zhuowen's control. "Su Yuan, you have to know that you have no other choice now. If you don't hand over your soul imprint, I can't trust you. I can only send you on your way. I will find the Eastern Emperor, Tai Yi, myself. Won't that be fast?" Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Su Yuan's face was gloomy, and he finally agreed. "Fellow Taoist, I hope you will keep your word." Su Yuan sighed, stripped the soul imprint, and handed it to Zhuowen. "Fellow Taoist, Su Yuan, don't worry. As long as I find the primitive providence, I will return this soul imprint without any hesitation." Zhuowen smiled, took Su Yuan's soul imprint, and stimulated his soul energy to replenish Su Yuan's soul. Su Yuan's soul, which was originally dim, immediately burned brighter under the replenishment of Zhuowen's soul energy. What a powerful soul! Su Yuan felt that his soul was recovering, and he was delighted. At the same time, he felt Zhuowen's soul energy, which was surging like a vast ocean, and his heart was filled with fear. Chapter 3565. Meet the Saintess, that's right. Don't tell your young master about me for now. We'll talk about it after we find the primordial providence. Zhuowen instructed solemnly after helping Su Yuan repair his soul. Su Yuan hurriedly acknowledged. His soul imprint was now completely under Zhuowen's control. His life and death were in Zhuowen's hands. He naturally didn't dare to disobey Zhuowen. After Su Yuan's spirit had completely recovered, Zhuowen instructed Su Yuan to leave on her own and look for the Great Protector. He learned from Su Yuan that the head enforcer was very respectful when he found out that Su Yuan was from the upper realm. If he knew that Su Yuan's physical body was destroyed, he would definitely do everything he could to repair it. After all, Su Yuan's cultivation was already so high. If he wanted to gather enough materials to repair his physical body, he would have to pay a hefty price. Zhuowen naturally wasn't willing to pay such a hefty price for Su Yuan, so he sent Su Yuan to find the head enforcer. After Su Yuan's soul left the cave, Zhuowen took out the small bronze cauldron from the Great World. There were 9 obscure restrictions in the small bronze cauldron, and all of them were top-notch half-step heaven-breaker restrictions. When he returned to the demon Divine Sky City, he had only deciphered a small portion of them. There was still some time before the Saintess returned to the demon Divine Palace. He planned to use this time to continue deciphering the restrictions in the small bronze cauldron. At this moment, the head enforcer was frowning in the Hall of Enforcers. Su Yuan's absence made him realize that something might have happened to him. At that moment, he was considering how to shift the responsibility of Su Yuan's disappearance onto Zhuowen. Zhuowen's attitude made him very unhappy. He was also surprised that Zhuowen actually made the Golden Silk Sect and Divine Peng Sect obediently leave the demon Divine Sky City. This made the head enforcer faintly feel that this newly appointed guest enforcer wasn't simple. Just as the head enforcer was at his wit's end, his divine will sensed a powerful soul barging into the Hall of Enforcers. "Who is it? How dare you barge into the Hall of Enforcers?" The great guardian frowned and said angrily. However, he quickly realized that the aura of this soul was very familiar. It actually belonged to Su Yuan. "Young Master Su Yuan? How did you end up like this?" Chief Protector said in shock. Su Yuan was a little embarrassed and said, "Chief Protector, I had a little accident and my physical body was destroyed. Help me collect some materials to refine my physical body. During this time, I need to recuperate in seclusion." As she spoke, Su Yuan sent a message into the Great Guardian's mind. When the Great Protector saw the list of materials that Su Yuan had given him, he almost cried out. Most of the materials were extremely precious. Even he had to spend a lot of effort to obtain them. Looking at Su Yuan, who was waiting patiently, the head protector sighed inwardly. He smiled and agreed. In the Great Guardian's heart, Su Yuan came from the upper realm, had a noble status, and was knowledgeable. He definitely had to build a good relationship with such a person. Who knew, he might be able to recommend him to the upper realm in the future. Therefore, he wouldn't refuse any of Su Yuan's requests, and would try his best to satisfy her. Time gradually passed. Zhuowen was in the cave residence, concentrating on breaking the restrictions in the small bronze cauldron. As he continued to break the restrictions, Zhuowen's understanding of the array Tao became more and more profound. Moreover, as he continued to break the restrictions, virtual images would appear in the small cauldron. Most of these virtual images were scenes of the array Immortal Master refining pills for countless years. While observing these scenes, Zhuowen's understanding of the array Tao became more and more profound. When Zhuowen broke the 7th restriction, there was some movement in his cave residence. Someone was looking for him outside the cave residence. Zhuowen looked at the tiny bronze cauldron with slight regret. The last 2 restrictions on the tiny cauldron were of extremely high levels, and they were the most difficult to break through as well. The time required to break through them would probably be much more than the previous 7 restrictions. Zhuowen put away the small bronze cauldron and immediately opened the cave residence. He found the Divine Horn Protector outside the cave residence. Seeing Zhuowen come out, the Divine Horn Protector smiled and said, "Brother Zhuowen, I didn't disturb you, did I?" "No, Divine Horn Protector, why are you looking for me?" Zhuowen asked calmly. The divine horn protector smiled and said, I am here to tell you a piece of good news. Lord Demon Saint came out of seclusion yesterday and is now rushing back to the Demon Saint Palace. Oh, Lord Demon Saint came out of seclusion? Then he broke through? Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. The divine horn protector's face was ruddy and he said excitedly, Yes, Lord Demon Saint has broken through to the fifth blight. Our demon realm is about to rise. This time, Lord Demon Saint sent a message and asked our Demon Saint Palace to send out invitations. The Demon Saint Palace intends to invite all the forces of the demon realm to celebrate this grand occasion. Zhuowen smiled slightly. He was not as excited as the divine horn protector. The Demon Saint's breakthrough has nothing to do with him. He didn't join the Demon Saint Palace because of the Demon Saint. He also didn't worship the Demon Saint like the cultivators of the Demon Saint Palace. Also, the Saintess of the Demon Realm has returned to the Demon Saint Palace yesterday. The Divine Horn Protector's next sentence immediately made Zhuowen short of breath. He said excitedly, Divine Horn Protector, you said that the Saintess has returned? But soon, Zhuowen suppressed his excitement. He knew that he couldn't show too much concern. Otherwise, it would easily arouse the suspicion of the Divine Horn Protector. Yes, the Saintess was supposed to come back later. Now, she has come back early. She should have received a message from Lord Demon Saint. The Divine Horn Protector nodded and said, Haha, Divine Horn Protector. I have always admired the Saintess for a long time. I want to meet her. I wonder if you can help me arrange it. Zhuowen suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at the Divine Horn Protector. The Divine Horn Protector didn't see Zhuowen's strange expression and said with a smile, Of course, this is no problem. The Saintess and I have some friendship. If I invite her out to meet me, she will still give me face. Then, thank you very much, Divine Horn Protector, Zhuowen said gratefully. The Divine Horn Protector waved his hand, indicating that Zhuowen didn't need to be so polite. The Divine Horn Protector also let out a sigh of relief. He had been a little worried that Zhuowen would bear a grudge against him because of the previous incident with the Great Protector. He wanted to do something to ease the relationship between him and Zhuowen. Now that Zhuowen had made such a request, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, it wasn't a big deal. Next, the Divine Horn Protector took Zhuowen to the Saintess Hall. The Saintess Hall was in the southeast corner of the Demon Saint Palace. Its geographical location was considered the best in the Demon Saint Palace. With the Divine Horn Protector leading the way, they basically didn't encounter any obstacles on their way to the Saintess Hall. Soon, the Divine Horn Protector took Zhuowen to a beautiful back garden in the Saintess Hall. In the back garden, the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers, elegant rockery, and clear streams formed a beautiful scenery. In the center of the back garden, there was a white jade pavilion. At this moment, in the pavilion, a woman wearing a veil sat in front of a white jade table. Behind her, two tall and beautiful maids stood. Chapter 3566. Recognition. Guardian Shen Jiao. Why have you come to see me so suddenly? The holy maiden stood up and asked the guardian Shen Jiao in a clear voice. I hope the holy maiden won't be offended by our sudden visit. The divine horn is here because my friend has admired you for a long time and wants to get to know you. The guardian Shen Jiao led Zhuowen to the pavilion and spoke politely. Oh, who is this? The holy maiden looked at Zhuowen and asked. Zhuowen was in disguise. Even if the holy maiden was really Mu Qinxue, she would not be able to recognize Zhuowen. His name is Zhuowen. He is the new foreign guardian of the Demon Saint Palace. The guardian Shen Jiao introduced. Zhuowen? The moment the saintess heard this name, her delicate body froze. Then, her pair of beautiful eyes repeatedly sized up Zhuowen, as if she wanted to see through Zhuowen. But very quickly, The holy maiden shook her head. Disappointment flashed across her eyes. Holy maiden, do you know Guardian Jua? The guardian Xin Jiao asked curiously. He had seen the holy maiden's strange behavior. Zhuowen's eyes were shining. He was sure that the holy maiden in front of him was Mu Qinxue. Otherwise, she would not have panicked when she heard his name. The holy maiden shook her head and said with a smile, I have an old acquaintance who is also called Zhuowen. He has the same name as Guardian Jua. Therefore, when I heard his name, I was reminded of the past and lost my composure. I am honored to have the same name as the holy maiden's old acquaintance. May I know how holy maiden's old acquaintance is related to holy maiden? Zhuowen cupped his fists and asked. The holy maiden looked at Zhuowen and said, It's all in the past. Guardian Zhuo will not be interested. Let's not talk about it. Zhuowen nodded and did not say anything. He was so excited that he almost sent a voice transmission to Mu Qinxue, but he held back. He knew that as long as he sent a voice transmission, the guardian Xin Jiao would notice. After all, it was his first time meeting the holy maiden. Sending a voice transmission to the holy maiden was obviously suspicious. Then the guardian Xin Jiao, Zhuowen, and the holy maiden all sat down and began to chat. After about an hour, Zhuowen sent a voice transmission to the guardian. He wanted to talk to the holy maiden alone. The guardian Xin Jiao was translation. The guardian Shen Jiao. He looked at Zhuowen. Why? The holy maiden. Saint lady, I still have some things to deal with. I may need to go back, so I will take my leave first. The sacred horn guardian stood up, cupped his hands, and left the saint lady hall. The saintess glanced at Zhuowen. She had sensed that Zhuowen had sent a message to the god horn guardian. She knew that it was Zhuowen's request that the godly horn guardian suddenly left. Holy maiden, I have a very important matter that I need to tell you personally, Zhuowen said with a solemn expression. Protector Zhua, feel free to speak your mind. The holy maiden smiled. Zhuowen glanced at the two maids behind the saintess and said, This news is of great importance. I can only tell you. Hearing this, the holy maiden frowned. After a moment of hesitation, she ordered the two maids behind her to leave. This protector, Zhu could easily send away the divine horn protector. Obviously, he was not a simple person. She did not want to offend such a person. Speak, the holy maiden said. Actually, I'm Zhuowen. Zhuowen said gently. The holy maiden was stunned. She frowned and said, Protector Zhua, I know your name. You don't have to repeat it. Zhuowen shook his head, took off his disguise, and revealed his true face. He said, I'm Zhuowen, the old acquaintance you mentioned. The holy maiden was stunned. She stared blankly at Zhuowen. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes became misty, and two streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. My husband, is it really you? The next moment, the holy maiden threw herself into Zhuowen's arms. Zhuowen hugged Mu Qinxue tightly. He could smell the familiar fragrance on her body. Suddenly, his heart was filled with infinite pity. After so many years, he knew that Mu Qinxue had suffered a lot. However, he could not be by her side. This made his heart filled with guilt. Where have you been all these years? After I became the holy maiden of the monster realm, I took the opportunity to go out on missions to look for you. I went to the Xianmi heavenly domain and the primitive heavenly domain, but there was no news of you. I even went to Ryuka's old home, but Ryuka was no longer there. I heard that you took her away. I had a hard time looking for you. Mu Qinxue leaned her head on Zhuowen's shoulder. She hammered her fists on Zhuowen's chest as she wept. It was as if she wanted to vent all the grievances she had suffered all these years. Zhuowen hugged Mu Qinxue without saying a word. His eyes were also wet with tears. After a long time, Mu Qinxue finally stopped crying. She looked up at Zhuowen and deeply kissed Zhuowen. This kiss lasted for a long time, as if it would last until the end of time. When their lips parted, they had completely calmed down. My husband. How did you know I was in the Monster Saint Palace? Mu Chinchua smiled as she looked at Zhuowen and asked this. Zhuowen told her about how he saw her back in the primitive heavenly domain and began to suspect that she was Mu Chinchua. In order to confirm his suspicions, he came to the Monster Saint Palace to confirm it. The final result did not disappoint Zhuowen. The holy maiden of the monster realm was indeed Mu Chinchua. It's good that you have eyes and can see through me. Otherwise, it really would have been hard for you to find me. Mu Chinchua said with a soft sigh. Chun Shua, how did you become the holy maiden of the monster realm? If it wasn't for the fact that I saw your back and had my suspicions, I definitely wouldn't have connected you to the holy maiden of the monster realm. Zhuowen hugged Mu Chinchua as he asked this in a confused voice. It's a long story. It's actually like this. Mu Chinchua began to tell him what happened in the past. In the past, the Phoenix people's great elder and third elder brought her to find the origin of the Phoenix bloodline, coming to the old site of the heavenly armor star. Mu Chinchua was a blessing in disguise as she was saved by the dying Phoenix. Because she had the Phoenix bloodline, the Phoenix left its inheritance to her. By the time Mu Chinchua had completely accepted the inheritance, the Phoenix god beast had used up its last bit of life force and had fallen. After the Phoenix fell, Donghuang Tai felt the aura of the Phoenix. He found the Phoenix's corpse in the hidden little world and found Mu Chinchua. He felt the pure Phoenix bloodline in Mu Chinchua and saw the limitless potential in Mu Chinchua. So he let Mu Chinchua become the holy maiden of the monster realm. He would use all his strength to train Mu Chinchua. At that time, Mu Chinchua only wanted to obtain enough strength to take revenge on the Phoenix people. At that time, although Mu Chinchua had obtained the Phoenix's inheritance, she was still too weak. So, she agreed to Donghuang Tai and became the holy maiden of the monster realm. Chapter 3567. Mo Yen without death status. When I learned that the person who exterminated the Phoenix people was called Longwen, I knew that Longwen was you. Mu Chinchua said this before rolling her eyes at Zhuowen and saying, the Phoenix people are so strong, and you actually dared to charge in alone. If something happened, what would I do? Zhuowen gave an embarrassed smile and hugged Mu Chinchua as he said, your husband is blessed with great fortune. How could anything happen to him? Yes. You are blessed with great fortune, but you can't be too emotional in the future. Your life is the most important thing. However, you charging into the Phoenix people alone, I'm still very happy. Mu Chinchua said with a smile. Zhuowen kissed Mu Chinchua's forehead and said, Chinchua, leave the demonic beast Saint Palace and come with me. Father, mother, and the others are all in the outside world. If they know that you're back, they'll definitely be very happy. Mu Chinchua shook her head and said, Husband, the demonic beast saint has treated me well. In order to help me break through to the half-step heaven-breaking realm, he did not hesitate to use the energy of the 9th level to help me consolidate my cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the second heaven's decay so quickly. Hearing this, Zhuowen was a bit helpless. The demonic beast Saint Donghuang Tai had indeed helped Mu Chinchua a lot. Now that he had let Mu Chinchua leave, it was indeed a bit hard to explain. Chun Shua, then do you plan on staying in the demonic beast Saint Palace like this? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Mu Chinchua shook her head and said, I don't have this kind of plan. As long as I can enter the 9th level and pass through the 9th level, I can leave the demonic beast Saint Palace. This is the rule that the demonic beast saint set for me. Before I can pass through the 9th level, I will continue to help the demonic beast saint. In the future, when he reaches the peak and his cultivation reaches the heaven-breaking realm, he said that he was willing to give the demonic beast Saint Palace to me. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Mu Chinchua had told him that the demonic beast saint had helped her a lot. In terms of gratitude, Mu Chinchua couldn't just leave like this. All right, Chinchua, I respect your decision, But before this, I will find that demonic saint to explain our relationship. I will remind him that you cannot suffer any grievances in the demon saint palace. Otherwise, even if he is a demon saint, I will teach him a lesson. Zhuo Wen said proudly. After he reached the third blight, his strength had increased greatly. Although his original body's strength couldn't compare to a fifth blight cultivator, if he combined with his avatar, the demon saint wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The current him had the qualifications to the demonic beast saint palaces, Shuiyang. Mu Qinshui gave a laugh and said, "All right, stop boasting. Sir Demonic Beast Saint has already broken through to the fifth blight. If you want to remind him, it might not be enough yet. However, I believe that husband will definitely catch up to the Demonic Beast Saint and become the strongest person under the starry sky." Zhuowen revealed a faint smile. He did not explain his strength and continued to say, "Qin Shui, do you want to see your parents, Han Tian and the others?" They also came to the Demonic Beast Saint Palace? Mu Qinshui asked in a surprised voice. "Ryuka has already moved to my large world, and Wushang has also awakened." Mentioning Moyan Wushang, Zhuowen's expression became complicated. "Wushang is awake. Is that true? Then bring me over to take a look." When Mu Qinshui heard that Moyan Wushang had awakened, she was very happy. She could not wait to enter the large world to take a look. Zhuowen revealed a faint smile and brought Mu Qinshui into the large world. Mu Qinshui had already taken off her veil, revealing her beautiful face. The two of them arrived at Ryuka, and the Ryuka high-level members naturally came out to greet them. "She is Qin Shui. Qin Shui's back?" Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian walked in front. Feng Xiao saw Mu Qinshui with a single glance. She was stunned at first, but then she excitedly rushed forward and tightly hugged Mu Qinshui. "Qin Shui, you've suffered all these years. Look at how thin you've become. My heart aches just looking at you." Feng Xiao cried tears of joy, and her words became incoherent. Mu Qinshui gently hugged Feng Xiao and said, "Mother, aren't I living well now? The matters of the past are already in the past." Mu Qinshui had already married Zhuowen and was Zhuowen's wife. So Zhuowen's parents were Mu Qinshui's parents. Mu Qinshui hugged Feng Xiao and then looked at Long Xiaotian in front of her. She said with a smile, "Father, Qin Shui has made you all worry." "Ha ha, Qin Shui, it's good that you're back." Long Xiaotian did not say much, but he revealed his true feelings. His eyes were misty. Lu Hantian, Wu Dai, and many other people who were familiar with Mu Qinshui came forward to ask about her well-being. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Everyone had reunited after a long time, so naturally they had many things to say. Zhuowen watched this scene with a faint smile. Then he came to Long Xiaoyan's side and said in a low voice, "Father, why hasn't Wushang come out? Did you inform her?" Long Xiaoyan's eyes dimmed, and he said with a sigh, "I have already informed Wushang, but she did not respond. Moreover, she has been cooped up in her room during this period of time, not seeing anyone." Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned. He really did not expect that after Moyan Wushang woke up, his entire person would change. Moreover, he found that Moyan Wushang was faintly alienating them. This made Zhuowen a little anxious. He did not know where the problem was. "Where's Wushang? Didn't you say that she had already woken up? Why don't I see her?" Mu Qinshui chatted with everyone for a while. When she did not see Moyan Wushang, she could not help but ask in surprise. Everyone who had been chatting harmoniously fell silent at the mention of Mo Yen of War. Even Feng Xiao was no exception. Mu Qinshui felt that something was wrong. She looked at Feng Xiao and said, "Mother, did something happen?" Feng Xiao glanced at Zhuowen and said, "Wen'er, didn't you tell Qin Shui about that matter?" Zhuowen smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't have time to tell her." Sensing that something was amiss, Mu Qinshui hurriedly asked, "What happened? Are you hiding something from me?" It's like this. After Wushang woke up, her personality seemed to have changed greatly. Feng Xiao sighed softly and began to talk about how after Moyan Wushang woke up, he closed the door and did not see anyone. Moreover, his personality had completely changed, as if he did not recognize anyone. But so far no one has seen him. Could it be that he lost his memory? Mu Qinxue frowned and continued. I have to go and take a look. Husband, take me there now. Zhuo Wen hesitated for a bit, then nodded and said, Okay, you go and try, maybe he will see you. Zhuo Wen brought Mu Qinxue to Moyan Wushang's pavilion. Mu Qinxue tried to knock on the door and told him that it was Mu Qinxue. However, Mu Qinxue waited outside the pavilion for a long time, but there was no movement in the room, let alone someone to open the door. If Mu Qinxue's divine sense hadn't found Moyan Wushang in the room, she would have thought that there was no one in the room. She saw Moyan Wushang sitting on the edge of the bed with a dull look in his eyes. He did not respond to her calls. Husband, what the hell is going on? Wushang doesn't seem to recognize me at all. Mu Qinxue didn't force her way in, but looked at Zhuo Wen and said worriedly, I don't know what's going on. When Wushang woke up, I checked her body and soul. There was no problem, but she woke up like this. I can't find the specific reason. Chapter 3568. Mu Qinxue hesitated for a moment and sighed. Then let Wushang rest for a while. I won't disturb her. Zhuo Wen nodded. Mo Yan Wushang's condition was indeed very bad. It hadn't changed since Zhuo Wen left. This made Zhuo Wen a little worried. But now he had no way to solve Mo Yan Wushang's problem. He could only watch. Zhuo Wen and Mu Qinxue bid farewell to Feng Xiao, Long Xiaotian, and the others and left the outside world. When they returned to the pavilion, they found that the two maids who had retreated had returned. They were standing anxiously in the pavilion. When they saw Zhuo Wen and Mu Qinxue appear out of thin air, the two maids sighed with a strange look in their eyes. They weren't stupid. They knew that the two of them should have gone to a small world. But what made the two maids feel strange was that the Holy Maiden had followed them into this small world. It was very dangerous to enter someone else's small world. If that person had evil intentions, the cultivator who entered the small world would be killed no matter how high his cultivation was. Why did the two of you suddenly barge in without my order? When Mu Qinxue left the outside world, she had put on her veil again. At this moment, when she saw the two maids, her pretty face was gloomy and she scolded them. The two maids quickly knelt down. One of the maids said, Please forgive us, Holy Maiden. It's because the Great Guardian asked us to come in and report to you. He said that he had something important to discuss with you. If we were uneasy, we wouldn't dare to disobey the orders of the Holy Maiden. The Great Guardian? Why did he come to me? Mu Qinxue frowned. We don't know. The Great Guardian only said that it was urgent, so we... The two maids trembled and didn't dare to look at Mu Qinxue. Get up. Let the Great Guardian in. Mu Qinxue did not have any intention of blaming them. With a wave of her hand, the two maids retreated as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Although Mu Qinxue was the Holy Maiden and only took orders from the demon saint Dong Huangtai, the Great Enforcer was still the second most powerful person in the demon saint palace. Mu Qinxue naturally had to give him some face. Zhuo Wen's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that the Great Guardian would actually come back to see the Saint Lady. He transmitted his voice to Mu Qinxue and told her about how the Great Guardian had targeted him during this period of time. Mu Qinxue was taken aback. Soon after, she was a little annoyed that the Great Protector was targeting Zhuo Wen for no reason. However, when she found out that Zhuo Wen was invited into the Demon Saint Palace by the God Horn Protector, she revealed a look of relief. It was no secret in the Demon Saint Palace that the Great Protector and the God Horn Protector didn't get along. Mu Qinxue reminded Zhuo Wen to be even more wary of the God Horn Protector. The latter was not a good person either. Soon, the maid led the great protector to the back garden. As soon as the great protector arrived, he saw Zhuowen sitting next to Mu Qinxue in the pavilion. He was startled at first, then subconsciously looked at Zhuowen and asked, "Why are you here?" Zhuowen sat down leisurely and glanced at the great protector. "Great protector, if you can come here, why can't I? The saint lady's name has long been well known in the demon realm. I have admired the saint lady for a long time and have specially come to visit the saint lady." Mu Qinxue rolled her eyes at Zhuowen but didn't say anything. The great protector sneered. "You admire the saint lady? Let me tell you, you'd better not eat the meat of a swan. The saint lady is out of your league." Speaking of this, the great protector looked at Mu Qinxue, and his face was suddenly full of smiles. He said, "Saint lady, this person has spoken disrespectfully to you as soon as he came. How can such a person stay in the saint lady temple? Saint lady should directly drive him out." Mu Qinxue looked at the great protector indifferently and said, "Great protector, this is the saint lady temple, not your hall of protectors. This person is my guest. Why should I drive him out? Also, don't you think it's a bit rude to ask me to drive him away as soon as you come?" Zhuowen was her husband, and the great protector's tone was unfriendly to Zhuowen as soon as he arrived. Mu Qinxue naturally felt uncomfortable and spoke to the great protector very rudely. The great protector was suddenly speechless and a little confused. He was just talking about Zhuowen. Why did the saint lady have such a big reaction? "Great protector, you should pay attention to what you say. You are not young anymore, and you have one foot in the coffin. Don't you know this?" Zhuowen said with a smile. The great protector was furious. How could Zhuowen say that? He was clearly saying that he was about to die. However, he saw that the saint lady did not react, so he suppressed his anger. This time he came to the saint lady temple to ask for a favor, so he naturally could not screw it up. Zhuowen would have time to deal with this when he returned, so he was not in a hurry. "Great protector, why have you come to the saint lady temple this time?" After Mu Qinxue asked the great protector to sit down, she went straight to the point. The great protector rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Actually, it's like this. I heard that the Saint Lady Temple has the 7-colored sacred land. I need the 7-colored sacred land urgently, so I came to ask for some." The Saint Lady raised her eyebrows and said, "The main function of the 7-colored sacred land is to repair the physical body. Great protector, who do you want to use the 7-colored sacred land for?" Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He guessed that the great protector's purpose of asking for the 7-colored sacred land was to restore Su Yuan's physical body. "The physical body of a friend of mine has collapsed, and now only his divine soul is left, so he urgently needs a treasure to repair his physical body. This 7-colored sacred land is just right. I hope that the Saint Lady can give me some 7-colored sacred land for the sake of our friendship," the great protector said with a smile. "I do have some 7-colored sacred land, but this thing is very valuable. I can't give it to you casually, unless you exchange it with something of equal value." Mu Qinxue said lightly. The great protector nodded, took out a golden divine elixir, and handed it to Mu Qinxue. This divine elixir was a half-step, sky-level divine elixir. Its medicinal properties were strong, and it exuded a blazing elixir pattern. It was difficult to look at directly. Mu Qinxue took it and observed it. She nodded, took out a palm-sized 7-colored sacred land, and handed it to the great protector. After the great protector received the 7-colored sacred land, he did not stay in the Saint Lady Temple for long. Instead, he left in a hurry. Of course, before the great protector left, he glared fiercely at Zhuowen. His eyes were extremely unfriendly. "Husband, the great protector is not weak. He is already at the early stage of the 4th decay. You are only at the 3rd decay. Don't fight him head-on in the future. You will be at a disadvantage." Mu Qinxue looked at Zhuowen worriedly. Chapter 35-69. After the great guardian obtained the rainbow's sacred land, he returned to the guardian hall, but his expression was not very good. Great protector, you don't look happy. Did something happen to you? You didn't find the rainbow's sacred land? Su Yuan's divine soul was sitting on a futon in the center of the guardian hall. A physical body was floating in front of him. He could not help but ask in surprise when he saw the great guardian's unhappy expression. I got the rainbow's sacred land smoothly, mainly because I met that damn guardian Jua in the Saint Lady Temple. That guy is a lackey of the divine horn guardian, and together with the divine horn guardian, they have been targeting me everywhere. They even embarrass me in front of the Saint Lady. They are simply audacious. He is just a guest guardian of the Demon Saint Palace, and he dares to go against me. If I don't teach him a lesson, I am not worthy of being the great guardian of the Demon Saint Palace. The great guardian's face became extremely gloomy when he mentioned Zhuowen. Su Yuan's divine soul took the rainbow's sacred land. After hearing the great guardian's words, he said with a dignified expression, "Great guardian, you'd better not provoke Zhuowen." Ah, why? The great protector was shocked. How could the noble young master Su Yuan in front of him advise him not to provoke Zhuowen? This was really unreasonable, because he is not someone you can provoke. Su Yuan was silent for a moment, then sighed and said no more. Instead, he put the rainbow's sacred land into the physical body prototype in front of him and began to refine it. With the rainbow's sacred land, Su Yuan was confident that he could completely refine the physical body before the demon saint returned to the Demon Saint Palace. Of course, that was all. If he wanted to restore his strength, it would take a lot of time. The great protector was extremely depressed. What did Su Yuan mean by that? Zhuowen was someone he could not afford to provoke. Wasn't that guy just a guest guardian? However, he disapproved of Su Yuan's words. As far as he was concerned, Zhuowen didn't have any background at all. As the Grand Guardian, it wasn't easy for him to casually crush Zhuowen. Zhuowen spent a little more time with Mu Qinxue. He did not leave the Saint Lady Hall. Instead, he spent the night there. Of course, in Mu Qinxue's bedroom, all the servants had already been sent away. Only Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue were there. Husband, I suddenly want a child that belongs to both of us. On the luxurious bed, Mu Qinxue put her arms around Zhuowen's neck and said softly. In the past, Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue had made love many times. However, Mu Qinxue had never wanted to have children. Therefore, although they were husband and wife, they did not have children. But now Mu Qinxue took the initiative to ask for a child, which surprised Zhuowen. Qinxue, you always said that it was too early. Why do you want a child now? Zhuowen kissed Mu Qinxue and said with a faint smile. Mu Qinxue's beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen. Her eyes were filled with sadness as she said, "We've experienced too many hardships, and we've been separated most of the time. I don't want to leave any regrets. If anything happens to us in the future, I'm afraid I'll regret it. So, I want to have a child as soon as possible." Zhuowen hugged Mu Qinxue and said in a soft voice, "Qinxue, relax. In this starry sky, as long as I'm here, no one can separate us." Mu Qinxue revealed a sweet smile and threw herself into Zhuowen's body. The two of them made love to each other. On the luxurious bed, there was no end to the spring scenery. The next morning, everyone in the Demon Saint Palace was in a hurry, making all the preparations for the banquet. From the 5 great protectors to the ordinary disciples, everyone was busy with their work. The entire Monster Saint Palace was filled with an excited atmosphere. Everyone knew that Sir Monster Saint had come out of closed-door cultivation, and his cultivation had increased by another level. This was a matter of great joy. All the cultivators of the Monster Saint Palace were filled with pride. Many invitations had been sent out several days ago. Many powers had come from all over the monster domain to Monster Saint Heavenly City. There were even many hidden powers that couldn't help coming. God, Horn Protector, why don't I see Protector Joie? The banquet will begin at noon, and Protector Joie is a guest protector, yet he isn't here. Does he even have the awareness of being a protector of the Monster Saint Palace? The great protector looked around and did not see Joan's figure. He looked at the god Horn Protector and spoke with a stern expression. The god Horn Protector was a bit embarrassed. He had gone to Joan's cave early in the morning to find Joan, but he found that Joan was not there. This surprised the god Horn Protector. He wondered if Joan had stayed out all night at the Saint Lady Hall. Thinking of this, the god Horn Protector's expression became strange. He found it unbelievable. The Holy Maiden of the Demon Realm was the #1 genius of the Demon Realm. She was also the successor of the Demon Saint Palace. Her status in the Demon Realm and the Demon Saint Palace was extremely high. Otherwise, the Demon Saint Palace would not have specially built a Holy Maiden Palace for the Holy Maiden to live in. Moreover, the Saint Lady Hall was even more magnificent than their Guardian Hall. It could be seen how much the monster saint valued the Saint Lady. It was precisely because of the Holy Maiden's transcendent status and peerless beauty that countless young geniuses in the demon territory flocked to her. Moreover, there were countless pursuers that were innumerable. But in the end, no one could move the Saint Lady. She was even indifferent to those suitors and turned a blind eye to them. Among these young talents, there were many top geniuses, but no one could move the Saint Lady. However, Joan and the Saint Lady had only met once, and that guy had spent the night at the Saint Lady Hall. The Saint Lady had acquiesced. This was incredible. Of course, the god Horn Protector did not think too deeply. For example, when Joan and the Saint Lady had reached the final stage of their relationship, he simply thought that Joan had stayed in the Saint Lady Hall for one night. After all, the Saint Lady Hall was a building that belonged only to the Saint Lady. In the past, no male cultivator had ever stayed there for a night. God Horn Protector, are you listening to me or not? The dissatisfied voice of the great guardian awakened the god Horn Protector. The latter came back to his senses and had to bite the bullet and say, Guardian Joie should still be in the cave residence. I will go and call him. No need to look for him. I am here. Suddenly a leisurely voice came. The great guardian, the god Horn Protector, and the others immediately saw a figure slowly walking in the direction of the Saint Lady Hall. It was Joan. You came from the Saint Lady Hall? You stayed in the Saint Lady Hall last night? The great guardian looked in the direction of Joan and asked in surprise. The other protectors also looked incredulous. The Saint Lady's status in the Demon Saint Palace was too high. Her talent and strength were extremely terrifying. In the future, she was one of the best candidates for the Demon Saint Palace. They all had feelings for her, but they had never stayed in the Saint Lady Hall. However, this was just a guest protector. What did he do to stay in the Saint Lady Hall? Did the Saint Lady not kick him out? Last night, I discussed with the Saint Lady. The Saint Lady appreciated my Tao very much, so we discussed for one night. Before I knew it, a night had passed. Joan said with a laugh. He would not say that he had spent the night in the same bed as the Saint Lady. Otherwise, the entire Demon Saint Palace would go crazy. Although the two of them were husband and wife, the people of the Demon Saint Palace did not know. Moreover, the Saint Lady had a great reputation in the Demon Saint Palace. If he said that, it would definitely cause a great uproar. Chapter 3570. What right do you have to be able to discuss the Tao with the Saintess for an entire night? She is a heaven-sent child, a direct disciple of the Monster Saint. She has only cultivated for a few thousand years, and is already a second blight powerhouse. What qualifications do you have to discuss the Tao with the Saintess? I think you are just shameless enough to stay in the Saintess Temple. You really have no sense of shame. The other 3 protectors were very jealous. The great protector coldly snorted and said, Protector Joie, the Saintess Temple is not a place where guest protectors like you can stay for long. If the monster saint finds out, you know the consequences. Zhuowen sneered and said, "Great Protector, I will take care of my own business. You'd better not meddle." Every time the Great Protector spoke to him with sarcasm, Zhuowen had been unhappy for a long time. He just didn't want to care about it before. But that didn't mean that Zhuowen was a persimmon that could be bullied at will. "Zhuowen, how dare you? You are just a trivial guest protector. How dare you speak to the Great Protector in such a tone? You have no concept of respect at all. How presumptuous!" A middle-aged man standing next to the Great Protector stood up and scolded Zhuowen loudly. Zhuowen was no stranger to this middle-aged man. He was one of the 5 protectors, Protector Lu Yan. He was ranked 4th among the 5 protectors, and his cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 3rd blight. Among the 5 protectors, he was the closest to the Great Protector and was a loyal supporter of the Great Protector. Okay. The monster saint will be back soon. Let's be harmonious." The Divine Horn Protector spoke. He rubbed his temples and looked at Zhuowen helplessly. He always felt that every time Zhuowen appeared, he would always mess things up. Couldn't Zhuowen be a little more tolerant? Thinking of this, the Divine Horn Protector regretted inviting Zhuowen to be a guest protector of the Monster Saint Palace. "Okay, I will give the Divine Horn Protector face and let it go for the time being," the Great Protector said coldly. At this moment, a vast and terrifying aura suddenly shot out from outside the Monster Saint Heavenly City. This aura was too strong. Under this aura, the entire demon divine Heavenly City was like a small beast shivering in fear, not worth mentioning. All the cultivators in the demon divine Heavenly City raised their heads and looked into the distance. They saw a demonic light rapidly approaching. "This is Lord Demon Saint's aura. Hurry up and welcome him." The Great Protector was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly stopped everyone in the Demon Saint Palace and rushed to the entrance. Divine Horn Great Enforcer came to Zhuowen's side and sighed softly. "Brother Zhuo, Great Enforcer has great influence in the Demon Saint Palace. Some things are best to endure. Don't confront him directly." "Divine Horn Guardian, I know what to do. Let's go and take a look." Zhuowen didn't give a direct answer, but instead walked towards the gate of the Demon Saint Palace. The godly Horn Guardian was a little annoyed by Zhuowen's attitude, but there was nothing he could do. His mood was very complicated. Very quickly, the bewitching light descended in front of the Demon Saint Palace, revealing a burly middle-aged man. This man wore a long black silk robe, and his entire body was filled with a mysterious demonic aura. The powerful demonic aura surging from him caused many of the cultivators in the area to tremble in fear. This man was the master of the Demon Saint Palace, Donghuang Tai. "Greetings, Lord Demon Saint." The Great Protector led everyone in hurriedly to greet Donghuang Tai. Donghuang Tai nodded. "Hongru, nothing happened while I was gone, right?" The Great Protector thought of the Gold Silk Sect and the Divine Pung Sect, as well as Su Yuan, who had lost her physical body. He hesitated for a moment. "Lord Demon Saint, a few major events have indeed happened recently. Hongru will personally report to you in a moment." The Great Protector said respectfully, I'm not worried about you. Also, the banquet can begin at noon. Me breaking through to the 5th blight is a joyous occasion for the demon realm." Donghuang Tai laughed loudly, then entered the Demon Saint Palace, escorted by the Great Protector and the others. Zhuowen silently looked at Donghuang Tai's back. Donghuang Tai's cultivation had indeed reached the 5th blight, but compared to Taoist 3 purities and Wu Taiji, he was still lacking by quite a bit. After all, 3 purities and Wu Taiji had both broken through to the 5th blight a very long time ago, especially 3 purities. He had been at the peak of the 5th blight for a very long time, but later suffered heavy injuries, causing his cultivation to drop. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. 3 purities was still the strongest person in the starry sky. Time gradually passed, and more people entered the Demon Saint Palace. Those who could enter the Demon Saint Palace were all representatives of the top factions in the demon realm. Zhuowen accompanied the god Horn Protector at the entrance, constantly greeting the representatives of the major factions. Protector Zhuo, I didn't think we'd meet again. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Zhuowen raised his head and saw an old woman greeting him with a smile. It's actually old ancestor Xianya of the Gold Silk Sect. She's an early fourth blight expert. Definitely one of the strongest in the demon realm. Who is this young man? He seems to be very familiar with old ancestor Xianya. Is he also a fourth blight expert? The surrounding people discussed animatedly as they looked at Zhuowen in surprise. At first, Zhuowen was too low-key and his aura was very calm, so he didn't attract anyone's attention. But when Xianya greeted him, he immediately became the center of attention. Zhuowen felt everyone's gaze and smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to greet Xianya, another familiar voice rang out and interrupted his greeting. Haha, Protector Zhuo, you're still a protector. Why are you sitting at the entrance and greeting people? Demon Saint Palace isn't proper. Is there no one else here? The voice was clear and tender and could be heard from far away. Zhuowen looked over and saw that it was a cultivator who looked like a child. He was slowly walking over with a group of people. This person wasn't unfamiliar to Zhuowen. It was old ancestor Hung Wu of the Divine Peng sect. Whether it was Hung Wu or Xianya, both of their auras were much more vigorous than before. Clearly, the pills Zhuowen gave them had allowed them to completely consolidate their realm, and their cultivation had improved slightly. It's old ancestor Hung Wu of the Divine Peng sect. He's also an early fourth blight expert, just like old ancestor Xianya. He's one of the main experts at this banquet. This person actually knows old ancestor Hung Wu. Just who is this guy? The surrounding people were in an uproar as they discussed animatedly. Whether it was Hung Wu or Xianya, they stood at the top of the demon realm. They were usually elusive, so many people didn't have the chance to befriend them. Of course, even if someone didn't counter them, they wouldn't have the qualifications to befriend them if they weren't strong enough. However, this unknown young man standing at the entrance actually knew both Xianya and Hung Wu at the same time. And from the looks of it, Xianya and Hung Wu seemed to hold this person in high regard, causing everyone to be even more curious about Zhuowen. Divine Horn Protector was even more stunned. Xianya and Hung Wu's cultivation was higher than his, and as old ancestors of their respective sects, their status was even higher than the head protector. Even Sir Demon Saint had to treat them with caution. Chapter 3571. After greeting Zhuowen warmly, Xianya and Hung Wu entered the Demon Saint Palace. Once they were far away, the Divine Horn Guardian asked, Guardian Zhuo, what's going on? Are you acquainted with the patriarchs of the Golden Silk Sect and Divine Peng sect? Yes, we are friends. Zhuowen nodded. In other words, after you went to the ruins of the Spirit Phoenix Trading Company, the patriarchs of the Golden Silk Sect and Divine Peng sect temporarily withdrew from the Demon Saint Heavenly City because of you. The Divine Horn Guardian said in disbelief. When he heard that the Golden Silk Sect and Divine Peng sect really withdrew from the Demon Saint Heavenly City, he was extremely shocked. He did not believe a single word Zhuowen said at that time. In his opinion, the Grand Guardian's edict was not that powerful to make the patriarchs of the Golden Silk Sect and Divine Peng sect agree to withdraw. Now he knew that the reason the two sects withdrew was all because of this young man in front of him. You can say that. Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect the Divine Horn Guardian's imagination to be so wild. He could not possibly say that he defeated Xianya and Hung Wu and used his powerful strength to force them to withdraw from the Demon Saint Heavenly City. Even if he said that, the Divine Horn Guardian would not believe him. Soon, the representatives of the various factions in the Demon Saint Heavenly City had all entered the Demon Saint Palace. Zhuowen and the Divine Horn Guardian also finished their work and headed to the banquet. The Demon Saint Palace's banquet was held in the central plaza of the Demon Saint Palace. When Zhuo and the Divine Horn Guardian arrived at the central plaza, they saw rows of exquisite tables arranged in the plaza. One by one, beautiful female cultivators with graceful figures came in with beautiful delicacies and placed them on the table in an orderly manner. At this moment, most of the seats in the plaza were occupied. The closer one seat was to the front of the plaza, the more powerful the faction it belonged to. Among them, the upper echelons of the Demon Saint Palace sat at the table at the very front. They were on equal footing with the representatives of the true powers of the demon realm. In the middle of the square, there was a high platform with a beautiful seat on it. Everyone knew that the seat belonged to Dong Huang Tai. However, Dong Huang Tai had not appeared yet, so his seat was still empty. There was a smaller seat beside Dong Huang Tai, and a beautiful woman with a veil over her face was sitting there. This woman was none other than the renowned Holy Maiden of the Demon Realm. Zhuo glanced at the saintess on the high platform. The saintess seemed to have sensed something as well, and looked at Zhuo. Their eyes met, and both of them smiled knowingly. Zhuo did not come forward to greet him. Instead, he followed the godly Horn Guardian to the front. The protectors of the Demon Saint Palace could be said to have a very high status in the Demon Saint Palace. Although Zhuo was a guest protector, he was still considered a protector, so he was on equal footing with the 5 protectors. However, when the godly Horn Guardian and Zhuo came to the front seat, there was only 1 seat left out of the original 6. In addition to the Great Guardian and the other 3 guardians, there was also a young man that Zhuo did not know who occupied 5 of the seats. The young man's aura was not strong. He was only at the early stage of the first blight, and he was sitting in the seat that originally belonged to Zhuo. The godly Horn Guardian naturally saw the young man. He transmitted a message to Zhuo and told him that the young man was a nephew of the Great Guardian named Sun Hong. Among the younger generation of the Demon Saint Palace, Sun Hong's talent was extremely high. He was a genius second only to the saintess. Moreover, he also said that Sun Hong was also a fanatical pursuer of the saintess. He had publicly said that the saintess could only be his woman. "Oh, godly Horn Guardian, you're finally here. Come and sit down." The Great Guardian closed his eyes slightly and did not look at Zhuo and the godly Horn Guardian at all. Instead, it was Lu Yan who greeted the godly Horn Guardian. Of course, whether it was intentional or not, Lu Yan did not look at Zhuo at all. It was as if she was deliberately ignoring him. As for the young man who had occupied Zhuo's seat, he looked at Zhuo with a mocking gaze. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a subtle smile. The godly Horn Guardian frowned slightly and ignored Lu Yan's voice. Instead, he looked at the Great Guardian, who was resting with his eyes closed, and said, "Great Guardian, the 6 seats here are reserved for the Guardians. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for Sun Hong to sit here." The Great Guardian slowly opened his eyes and did not look at Zhuo. Instead, he stared at the godly Horn Guardian and said, "Godly Horn, our Demon Saint Palace only has 5 guardians, but there are 6 seats here. In any case, there is an extra seat. Sun Hong's talent is good, and his temperament is even better. His future achievements will not be below mine. Isn't it just right for him to sit in the extra seat?" When the godly Horn Guardian wanted to say something, the Great Guardian waved his hand impatiently and said, "Hurry up and sit down. Sir Demon, Saint will soon enter the arena. It's improper for you to keep standing here." The godly Horn Guardian felt the Great Guardian's cold and unfriendly gaze and felt his scalp tingle. He glanced at Zhuo beside him and could only helplessly sit in the last seat. Zhuo stood alone at the side. The chief protector and the others simply ignored Zhuo. It was as if Zhuo did not exist. "Guardian Zhuo, you don't seem to have a seat. How about you sit with me? My place is very spacious." Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out. There was a row of tables next to the 5 guardians. They were almost at the same level as the 5 guardians. The people sitting here were clearly big figures from the true big factions of the demon realm. The one who greeted Zhuowen was a child who looked like a porcelain doll. Don't look at the child's cute face. Many of the surrounding cultivators revealed looks of dread. This was because this child was the ancestor of the divine Peng sect, Hengwu. It was said that he had broken through and reached the early stage of the fourth heaven's blight. With such cultivation, other than the demon saint palace, no other faction in the demon realm could suppress him. On the other hand, Zhuowen looked very ordinary. Everyone was a little surprised that someone of Hengwu's status would greet a cultivator who looked very ordinary so warmly. However, there were some astute people who faintly guessed that Zhuowen was not a simple person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a fourth heaven's blight cultivator like Heng Wu to greet him so warmly without treating him as an outsider. Guardian Zhua, Heng Wu's seat is filled with stinky men. How about you come to my seat? My Hongwan's beauty is very famous in the demon realm. Just when everyone was surprised by how much Heng Wu valued Zhuowen, an old woman sitting in the same row as Heng Wu also opened her mouth and warmly greeted Zhuowen. Chapter 3572. Holy shit, that's Golden Silk Sect's ancestor Xianya, a fourth blight expert. She's even more famous than Heng Wu. This guy actually knows an expert, like Xianya. Who the hell is this guy? Heavens, Hongwan is the goddess of my dreams. It seems like ancestor Xian, you wants to matchmake this guy and Hongwan. Isn't this like sticking a flower in cow dung? Many cultivators who once admired Hongwan had their eyes turn red. Their gazes towards Zhuowen became extremely unfriendly. At the same time, Zhuowen felt an extremely cold gaze on his back, causing his hairs to stand on end. He secretly glanced at the saintess on the high platform. Although she maintained a smile, he could feel the chill in her eyes. The chief protector, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly opened his eyes and looked at Zhuowen, Xianya, and Heng Wu in surprise. He didn't expect this Zhuowen to know Xianya and Heng Wu. Thinking back to how this kid easily made the Golden Silk Sect and Divine Peng Sect retreat from Demon Divine Heavenly City, the head enforcer's face turned ugly. He knew he had been played by this Zhuowen. At the same time, the head enforcer was also a little apprehensive. This kid knew Xianya and Heng Wu, so he wasn't a simple person. But the head enforcer wasn't particularly worried. This kid was only a guest enforcer of their demon divine palace. He was the head enforcer. As the saying goes, a higher rank can crush people to death. This kid had no choice but to listen to his orders. Zhuowen smiled embarrassedly. Many thanks for fellow Taoist Heng Wu and fellow Taoist Xianya's kindness. There's a spot for me here, so I won't take up your spot. With that, Zhuowen looked at the provocative Sun Hong and said indifferently, Sun Hong, I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't scram, I'll make you scram. Sun Hong was stunned. The head enforcer and the other elders were also stunned. No one expected Zhuowen to suddenly become so domineering. He actually dared to make Sun Hong scram. In terms of status, Sun Hong was indeed inferior to a guest enforcer like Zhuowen. But one had to know that Sun Hong's backer was the head enforcer. Zhuowen directly contradicting him was equivalent to contradicting the head enforcer. Sun Hong looked at the head enforcer and snorted, Zhuowen, there's no place for you here. The head enforcer made it clear that this spot is mine. When did it become yours? Know your place. Hurry up and scram to the back. There are plenty of seats there. Zhuowen looked at Sun Hong indifferently, causing the latter's scalp to go numb. However, Sun Hong still braced himself and said, What right do you have to tell me to scram? You are just a guest guardian. What right do you have to sit here? 3 breaths of time is up. If you don't scram, I'll make you scram. Zhuowen simply ignored Sun Hong. His right hand grabbed Sun Hong's collar and fiercely flung him out. The energy in Sun Hong's body surged as the power of the first decay erupted. He wanted to stop Zhuowen, but very quickly he discovered that his power was completely frozen at this moment, and he couldn't move at all. He could only watch as Zhuowen grabbed his collar and threw him out like he was throwing trash. Bang! Sun Hong was thrown to an empty space outside the square by Zhuowen, creating a huge crater in the ground. In the entire square, many cultivators who were attending the banquet were stunned. They looked at Zhuowen in confusion. At this moment, Zhuowen became the focus of everyone's attention. Zhuowen's gaze was calm. Under everyone's gazes, he slowly walked to Sun Hong's seat and sat down. F***CK. This guy is really arrogant. Sun Hong is the nephew of the great enforcer, Sun Hongru. This guy threw Sun Hong out like trash. This is a slap to the great enforcer's face. I heard that this guy is called Zhuowen. He's a new guest enforcer of the Demon Saint Palace. He's just a guest enforcer, but he's so arrogant. He's definitely the most arrogant guest enforcer I've ever seen. The divine horn enforcer, who was sitting in his seat, rubbed his temples. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that Zhuowen had completely offended the great enforcer, and this would also implicate him. Thinking of this, the divine horn enforcer quickly sent a message to Zhuowen. Enforcer Zhuowen, you're too impulsive. Now help Sun Hong up and give up your seat. Then apologize in person. I'll put in a good word for you in front of the great enforcer. Zhuowen didn't even look at the divine horn enforcer. He had been disappointed in the latter for a long time. The great enforcer had stepped on Zhuowen's head, and he still wanted Zhuowen to endure it. Did he really think that the great enforcer could cover the sky with one hand? Should Zhuowen submit to the great enforcer? Divine horn enforcer, you're too cowardly. And now the great enforcer is pointing at my nose and embarrassing me. Why should I apologize to him? After replying, Zhuowen no longer paid attention to the divine horn enforcer. Bang! At the same time, the great enforcer slammed his right hand on the table. He stood up and stared coldly at Zhuowen. Enforcer Zhua, what do you mean by this? You dare to attack me in front of me? Are you looking down on me, the great protector? The great protector's voice was loud and clear. His voice was filled with coldness. At this moment, the whole square quieted down. The cultivators sitting far away also noticed the commotion. Xianya and Heng Wu looked at each other and smiled as if they were watching a good show. They were well aware of Zhua Wen's strength. Back then, both of them had suffered a loss at the hands of Zhuowen. Moreover, this great protector's strength was at most similar to theirs. If he were to clash with Zhuowen head-on, he would probably be at a disadvantage. On the high platform, the saintess suddenly stood up and said in a clear voice, "Great enforcer! Today is the day of the banquet. Personal grievances should be left for after the banquet. Otherwise, it will be a joke to others." The great enforcer's eyes were gloomy. He cupped his hands and said, "Saintess, you saw it just now. This Zhuowen attacked first. He's already bullied me to the point of my nose. He's already offending his superior. If I don't teach him a lesson today, where will my dignity as the great enforcer go? Bending the law for personal gain, forming cliques, and being jealous of talents. What dignity does a great enforcer like you have?" Zhuowen sneered. "Impudent! How dare you speak to me like this? If I don't punish you today, I will have wasted my years as the great enforcer of the Demon Saint Palace. Today, you and I will fight in the life and death arena. I will personally clean up the house," the great enforcer said gloomily. "What, the life and death arena? Isn't the great enforcer going too far? Once on the life and death arena, there will be a battle of life and death. With the great enforcer's cultivation, this guest enforcer won't die for sure." The crowd was in an uproar. They felt that the great enforcer had gone too far, but no one came out to refute. After all, the great enforcer was a senior executive in the Demon Saint Palace. Apart from the Demon Saint, no one had more seniority than him. Even the saintess had no right to interfere. Chapter 3573. The moment Zhuowen agreed to the great guardian's request, the surrounding area fell silent. Originally, everyone thought that Juowen would definitely find all kinds of reasons and excuses to refuse and not agree to the Great Guardian's request for a life and death battle. But now, Juowen had agreed so readily. Many people did not expect this and fell into silence. The Great Guardian was also startled. He was also a little surprised. He had not expected Juowen to agree so readily. As for the saintess on the high platform, when she saw Juowen agree so readily, her beautiful eyes revealed a look of worry. She had made up her mind that once Juowen showed signs of being defeated on the life and death arena, she would immediately take action. Although her cultivation was only at the second blight and she was no match for the Great Guardian, she knew that even if she took action, the Great Guardian would not really kill her. After all, she was the saintess of the Demon Saint Palace and was the person that the Demon Saint valued the most. Humph! The banquet is about to begin. After the banquet is over, the life and death battle will begin. You should cherish the time you have left. The Great Guardian looked at the sky and said indifferently. In his eyes, Juowen was already a dead man. Juowen's eyes were indifferent as he said, "The time before the banquet begins is enough for me to get rid of you on the life and death arena. Let's go to the life and death arena now." When Juowen's words came out, everyone was in an uproar. No one expected that Juowen would be in such a hurry to go to the life and death arena. Wasn't he in a hurry to court death? The Great Guardian was startled and immediately grinned. "It seems that you are in a hurry to reincarnate. In that case, I will fulfill your wish. The life and death arena is not far from here. Follow me." With that, the Great Guardian stood up and walked to the east side of the central square. Juowen remained silent. He slowly stood up and followed closely behind the first protector. The other protectors followed closely behind him as well. The divine Horn Guardian sighed and shook his head secretly. He knew that Juowen was too impulsive. He actually agreed to a life and death duel with the Great Guardian. He was overestimating himself. He knew that Juowen was at the third heaven's blight, but the head law enforcer was at the fourth heaven's blight. There was a difference of a large realm between them. No matter how heaven-defying this child was, he couldn't be the head law enforcer's match. "I'm starting to regret recruiting him into the Demon Saint Palace," the God Horn Protector muttered to himself. Because of what Juowen had done, the Great Protector would have even more reasons to mess with him. Juowen's death was one thing, but it had also harmed him. Thinking of this, the godly Horn Guardian could not help but blame Juowen. As for Sun Hong, he had already been helped up. His injuries were very serious, especially the meridians in his body that had been destroyed by a strange power. If he wanted to completely recover, he had no idea how much time and materials he would need. "Take me there. I want to see this Juowen being killed by the Great Protector with my own eyes." Sun Hong's eyes were red, and he roared as if he had lost his mind. The life and death ring was indeed not far from the central square. After walking out of the square, it took about a few minutes to reach it. The life and death ring was very large, and it was surrounded by extremely powerful restrictions. Generally, the disciples of the Demon Saint Palace would come to the life and death ring for a fight to the death when they wanted to use force to resolve a conflict. On the life and death ring, it would only end when one side died. Otherwise, they would have to keep fighting. This was the rule of the life and death ring. The Great Protector removed the restrictions around the life and death ring and jumped onto the life and death ring. His body was as straight as a spear as he looked down at Juowen and said, "Juowen, why aren't you coming up to die?" Juowen walked up the stairs of the life and death ring step by step and finally stopped in front of the Great Protector. Whoosh! The instant the two stood on the life and death ring, the Great Protector threw out the formation flag in his hand. Instantly, the restrictions around the life and death ring rippled violently. Then the restrictions closed again. The Holy Maiden stood at the edge of the life and death ring and looked at the closed restrictions. Her pretty face changed slightly, and she said to the Great Protector in a deep voice, Great Protector, the life and death rings restrictions are not allowed to close during the life and death battle. You're violating the rules. The Great Protector was indifferent and said indifferently, Holy Maiden is worrying too much. Usually, the life and death battles are basically the disciples of the palace. Those are all small fights, and the battle ripples produced are not very strong. But Protector Joie and I are different. At the same time, the energy ripples transmitted from a battle between half-step breaking Heaven Realm powerhouses are extremely terrifying. The life and death ring might not be able to withstand it. This restriction is also for the sake of precaution, to prevent the energy from shooting out violently and injuring the spectators. The Holy Maiden frowned slightly, and her beautiful eyes looked at Joan, revealing a worried expression. She knew the reason why the Great Protector did this. This was to prevent her from interfering in the life and death battle. However, after seeing Joan's indifferent expression, she was slightly relieved. Joan was her husband after all. She understood Joan very well and knew that Joan would never casually do something that he was not confident in. Since Joan agreed to the life and death battle so readily, he probably had a certain chance of winning. Even if he really was not the Great Protector's match, Joan should also have a corresponding escape method. This Joan is really overestimating his abilities. Not only does he dare to provoke the Great Protector, he even publicly wants to have a life and death battle with the Great Protector. If this isn't courting death, what is? Protector Lu Yen crossed her arms over her chest and said with a sneer, around the life and death ring. Many onlookers also looked at the two people on the life and death ring calmly. They also felt that this Joan was too impulsive. One had to know that there were not many fourth blight powerhouses in the monster domain. The Great Protector was at the early stage of the fourth blight and was definitely one of the top powerhouses in the monster domain. Although they couldn't see through this Voan's specific cultivation, this person could only be a guest protector of the Monster Saint Palace. Obviously, his strength was very ordinary. Such a person challenging the Great Protector was no different from courting death. Sun Hong, who was supported by his subordinates, glared fiercely at Joan on the life and death ring. He was imagining the scene of Joan being instantly killed by the Great Protector. Below the ring, except for the cultivators of Golden Silk Sect and Divine Pung Sect, no one was optimistic about Joan. The Great Protector is in big trouble. He actually dared to provoke little brother Joie. Hung Wu crossed his arms and grinned as he muttered in a low voice. Back then, because he underestimated Joan, he was beaten half to death by Joan. If it weren't for Joan showing mercy, he would have already died. Xian Yi looked at the Great Protector with a pitiful look. She knew very well that the Great Protector's fate might be even more miserable than Hung Wu's. You seem to be very calm. In fact, I'm also very curious. Where did you get the confidence to agree to a life and death battle with me? The Great Protector stood opposite of Joan and was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he asked indifferently, I should say, where did you get the confidence to have a life and death battle with me? Joan responded indifferently. Chapter 3574. The Great Protector is about to make his move. Everyone in the audience also felt the terrifying aura coming from the Great Protector's body. They all cheered up and looked at the two people on the stage with excitement, looking forward to the next battle. This Joan should be killed in seconds. Protector Lu Yen crossed her arms and sneered disdainfully. The Saintess was anxious. Although she believed that Joan would have a backup plan, she still couldn't help but worry. After all, the Great Protector's cultivation was much higher than Joan's, so it was inevitable that something unexpected would happen. Bang! At this moment, the Great Protector on the stage had already attacked. He shot out like an arrow and arrived in front of Joan in the blink of an eye. A terrifying aura as vast as the ocean spread out in all directions, and then, like a hurricane, it crushed Joan's body. Joan stood in place, motionless. The storm formed by the endless pressure swept over his body, blowing his long hair and fluttering his clothes. He was like a long spear, standing in the wind, majestic and unyielding. When the great protector's attack was almost within reach, a mysterious and vast purple light suddenly burst out from Zhuowen's body. The purple light swept out like a storm, as if purple stars were bursting out. Zhuowen's aura also rose at this moment, and in an instant it suppressed the great protector's vast aura. At the same time, Zhuowen had already thrown out a punch, and a purple light soared into the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two fists collided, and a series of muffled, thunder-like sounds rang out. It was continuous, as if it was endless. Dang, dang, dang. The great protector let out a muffled groan and retreated a few steps. He steadied himself and stared at Zhuowen, who stood as still as a spear. At this moment, Zhuowen's whole body was exuding a purple light. Even his black hair turned into an illusory purple under the purple light. You are only at the early stage of the third blight. How can you have such a powerful aura and power? Chief Enforcer was shocked. He stared at the young man in front of him in disbelief. When Zhuowen attacked, he did notice that Zhuowen was only at the early stage of the third blight, but whether it was aura or power, Zhuowen was above him. This was too unbelievable. Was this really an early stage, third blight cultivator? This was too heaven-defying. Countless people below the stage were also taken aback. They were all in a mess. Early stage fourth blight and early stage third blight were an entire major realm apart. Originally, early stage fourth blight cultivators should completely crush early stage third blight cultivators. But now, this advantage was completely reversed. Instead, the early stage of the third blight had the upper hand. Was this world crazy? Protector Lu Yan, who was watching the show with her arms crossed, couldn't help glaring at Yang Kai. Sun Hong, whose eyes were filled with malevolence, was completely dumbfounded. The holy maiden, who was originally worried, let out a sigh of relief. She was a little surprised that Zhuowen was so strong. At the same time, she blamed this guy for not telling her the truth last night. Great Guardian, have you not eaten? A dignified fourth blight cultivator only has this much strength? This is too weak. Just when everyone, including the Great Protector, was stunned, Zhuowen opened his mouth. What he said made everyone feel dizzy. This guy was too cocky. You're courting death. Just now, I didn't use my full strength, allowing your sneak attack to succeed. Now you won't be so lucky. This old master will use his full strength and kill you in one move. The Great Guardian was furious. He took a step forward and attacked with all his strength. It had to be said that the Great Guardian was indeed strong. At least he was stronger than Hung Wu. Obviously, the Great Guardian was not far from the middle stage of the fourth blight. Pung, pung, pung. In just an instant, the two fought again. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of moves. The aftermath of the battle between the two was too terrifying. The surrounding barriers trembled violently as if they would collapse at any moment. Zhuowen threw a punch. Purple light filled the sky, and instantly, the Great Guardian was forced to retreat. At the same time, Zhuowen took out a golden claw. It was the golden-winged rock claw. He had obtained it from Hung Wu. The golden-winged rock claw's power was comparable to a half-step heaven-breaking divine artifact. The Great Guardian clearly didn't expect Zhuowen to suddenly use the golden-winged rock claw. Zhuowen grabbed empty air, and the golden claw blasted into his abdomen, penetrating it and annihilating it. Pucci! The Great Guardian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He looked at the golden claw in Zhuowen's hand in horror. The blood on it was all his. The Great Guardian's face was pale. This is the golden-winged rock claw of the God Pung sect. How did you get it? Naturally, it was given to me by the God Pung sect's old ancestor, Hung Wu. Our relationship is very good. In order to prevent me from being bullied, he gave it to me," Zhuowen said casually. At the same time, he was shocked at the power of the golden-winged rock claw. It could actually injure an early-stage, fourth blight expert like the Great Guardian. After Zhuowen finished speaking, everyone's gazes simultaneously fell onto Hongwu, who was below the stage. Hongwu's face turned red. He couldn't say that he had been beaten up by Zhuowen and that the golden-winged rock claw had been stolen by him. Cough, cough. This golden-winged rock claw was indeed given to Great Guardian Zhuo by me. Great Guardian Zhuo and I are like brothers, so I naturally can't mistreat him. Therefore, I gave him this golden-winged rock claw to protect himself. Hongwu's expression was calm, but his heart was pained. This golden-winged rock claw was the strongest divine artifact passed down by the god Pengsek's ancestors. He was originally going to shamelessly ask Zhuowen for it after the banquet ended. But now that Zhuowen had said so, no matter how thick his face was, he wouldn't ask for it from Zhuowen. Zhuowen floated in midair and once again used the golden-winged rock claw to smash towards the chief guardian. At the same time, Zhuowen suddenly flashed out and descended before the chief guardian like a bolt of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. With Zhuowen's golden-winged rock claw, the great guardian was not a match at all. He was in a state of being beaten up. Everyone below the stage was dumbfounded. Didn't the great guardian say that he would use his full strength to kill Zhuowen in one move? What was the situation now? Zhuowen wasn't killed, and he was about to be killed. Pucci! The great guardian spat out another mouthful of blood and retreated. His body was already dripping with blood, and his aura was weak. He had suffered a very serious injury. Zhuowen, I want you to die. The great guardian roared angrily, and his aura surged instantly. He actually burned his essence blood and was going to fight Zhuowen to the death. Zhuowen sneered and used the torch dragon's eye to find the great guardian's weakness. Then he summoned his clone and merged with his original body. His aura surged instantly. Zhuowen attacked again and clashed head-on with the great guardian who was burning his essence blood. Then the great guardian's body burst into a bloody mist, and he fell from the sky in a sorry state. He was extremely dispirited. Your aura has become stronger again. What's your cultivation level? The great guardian crawled up with difficulty and knelt on the ground. He raised his head and looked at Zhuowen, who was walking towards him slowly. He ignored the blood in his mouth and asked in disbelief. Chapter 35:75. At this moment, the entire arena was silent as everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on the life or death ring and the figure standing straight up like a javelin. The great protector of Monster St. Palace, who held the highest authority in Monster St. Palace, was lifted up like a dead dog by this person's hand, unable to resist at all. This contrast was so great that it made everyone feel like they were being tossed in the wind. This great protector he actually lost? Protector Lu Yan, who had her arms crossed in front of her chest and was full of confidence, almost bit her tongue when she saw this scene, her eyes bulging. Sun Hong's legs went soft, and if it weren't for the people around him supporting him, he would have already fallen to his knees. The saintess let out a sigh of relief and gave Zhuowen a slightly reproachful look. This guy's strength is so great. Why didn't he tell me last night? However, seeing that Zhuowen was safe and sound and had even defeated the Great Protector, the saintess felt very happy and proud for Zhuowen. Han Wu, Xianya, and the others all showed knowing expressions. After all, they had personally witnessed Zhuowen's strength and had not been optimistic about the Great Protector's chances from the beginning. Protector Zhuo, don't kill me. I am the Great Protector of Monster St. Palace. If you kill me, you will offend the entire Monster St. Palace. The Great Protector weakly begged for mercy as he finally felt fear in his heart. You and I have both stepped onto the life or death ring. If I don't kill you, how can I end this life or death battle? Zhuowen taunted. The Great Protector felt the murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes and shuddered, the fear in his heart reaching an extreme. He knew that this young man in front of him really wanted to kill him. Pucci. Zhuowen's right hand surged with a terrifying, shattering divine force and poured it into the Great Protector's body through his neck. In an instant, the Great Protector's entire body exploded into a bloody mist. Pung. However, after this bloody mist exploded, it immediately floated away and reformed into the Great Protector's figure. However, the Great Protector's face was extremely pale and his breathing was rapid. The aura on his body was extremely weak. A fourth Blight cultivator's life force was even more terrifying than a third Blight cultivator. Back then, Zhuowen had to spend a lot of effort to kill a third Blight cultivator, so this fourth Blight cultivator was naturally not so easy to kill. However, Zhuowen's shattering divine force, the Great Protector was extremely uncomfortable and was struggling to resist the shattering divine force in his body. The Great Guardian didn't dare to stay on the life and death platform for too long. He waved an array flag and tried to undo the array formation restriction around the life and death platform. The array flag shot out, and the powerful array restriction around the life and death ring immediately disappeared. The head protector quickly rushed out. However, when the protector arrived at the edge of the life and death arena, a powerful ripple of formations suddenly extended over. Afterwards, the protector was directly repelled by the ripple. He spat out a mouthful of blood and became even more dispirited and dispirited. The Great Protector looked at the Great Protector in disbelief. This is a trap formation, and it's a half-step heaven breaker formation. Why is there a trap formation on the life and death stage? Immediately after, the Great Guardian heard the crisp sound of footsteps. He abruptly turned around and saw Zhuowen leisurely walking over with a mocking smile on his face. You set up this trap formation. You're also a half-step heaven breaker formation master? The Great Protector thought of a possibility and said in disbelief. Zhuowen did not answer. Instead, he took out his golden rock claw and attacked the Great Protector again. This trap formation was indeed set up by Zhuowen. He knew very well that the formation around the life and death stage was controlled by the Great Protector. If the Great Protector saw that the situation was bad and ran away, it was very likely that he would use the formation around the life and death stage to stop him. Therefore, just in case, Zhuowen secretly had his doppelganger set up a top-level trapping formation in the Great World. Then, when his doppelganger merged with his true body, he set up the trapping formation at the edge of the life and death ring. However, he did not expect that it would come in handy now. Splat! The Great Protector was pierced through by the golden rock claw again, and his entire body collapsed again. His strength had dropped too much, and he was no match for Zhuowen at all. If this continued, he would eventually be exhausted to death by Zhuowen. Meanwhile, the countless people below the stage were all stunned when they saw the Great Protector being beaten to the point of collapse again and again. They had never seen the Great Protector in such a sorry state before. In the past, the Great Protector had always been majestic and lofty. However, now he was being beaten to such a state by a cultivator who was a major cultivation stage lower than him. It was simply too tragic. When the Great Protector's body collapsed again under the golden rock claw, his body showed no signs of reforming. He had already been exhausted to the point where he could no longer reform his body. A ball of light shot out from the Great Protector's collapsed body, and then it quickly fled out of the life and death stage. Zhuowen knew that it was the Great Protector's soul, but he was not in a hurry. He had set up a trap array around the life and death stage. So where could the Great Protector escape to? In the end, he could only wander around the life and death stage. However, soon, Zhuowen's expression changed slightly because he felt a vast and boundless aura surging out from the depths of the Demon Saint Palace. Then, in the sky above the life and death stage, a huge 9-story pagoda fell and smashed into the trap array on the life and death stage. Crack! 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 The trap array trembled violently and made a strange sound that made one's hair stand on end. Then a crack appeared at the top of the trap array. The Great Protector's soul, which was originally wandering around the edge of the trap array, quickly flew over and entered the 9-story pagoda. After the Great Protector's soul was taken away, the 9-story pagoda did not continue to attack the trap array. Instead, it flew back into the sky with a whoosh and gradually became smaller, finally falling into a palm. Zhuo-wen stood in the dimly lit entrapment array. He raised his head and looked at the black-robed, middle-aged man in the sky with narrowed eyes. Countless cultivators below the stage also noticed the scene just now. They looked up at the sky and exclaimed one after another, "Lord Demon Saint has come out. That was a 9-story pagoda just now, right? Its power is really terrifying. Just one hit and it blasted a hole in a half-step heaven-breaker trap array." As expected of the Demon Saint's most powerful divine artifact. Now that Lord Demon Saint has appeared, it seems like the Great Protector's life is saved. I wonder how the Demon Saint will deal with Zhuo-wen? After all, he almost killed the Great Protector. It shouldn't be. After all, Zhuo-wen and the Great Protector were fighting head-on. Both sides were willing, so it's inevitable that there would be casualties in a battle. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone subconsciously looked at Zhuo-wen on the stage, their eyes full of pity. They knew that if the Demon Saint really blamed him, this child would not be able to bear the consequences. The Saintess also had a worried expression on her face. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. If the Demon Saint really blamed Zhuo-wen, she must protect Zhuo-wen. Although Zhuo-wen was very powerful, and even the Great Protector was no match for him, the Demon Saint was different. The Demon Saint was a big shot who had survived from ancient times until now and had just broken through to the 5th blight. His strength was not something the Great Protector could compare to.